You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. State of the Union night for President Biden as he visits Capitol Hill. Part of his agenda, he's discussed ensuring health care costs go down for all Americans.
The Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interests to bring health care costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security.
As Congress works toward addressing the debt ceiling, it was a contentious moment as Biden said former President Trump caused much of the country's financial turmoil.
No president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out.
Another heated moment came as Biden said some Republicans wanted to sunset Medicare and Social Security. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene yelled, "Liar." As the death toll rises in Turkey, NBC correspondent Matt Bradley reports from the scene.
There are still quite a few buildings that look as though they're precarious and look as though they could still fall down. But we're talking about an enormous number of buildings here in Turkey that have already toppled. Across the border in Syria, we're seeing a devastating effect. Lots of buildings that were collapsed, a lot of them under substandard construction.
At least 7,800 people have died from Monday's earthquake. Thousands others are injured. Most of the wreckage from a downed Chinese spy balloon has been cleared from North and South Carolina coastlines. That's the word from the North American Aerospace Defense Command. However, they say it's still possible that more debris could wash up on the shore in the future. The winning Powerball ticket for Monday's $754 million jackpot was sold at a Fred Meyer store in Auburn, Washington. This is USA News.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking.
They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Text radio to 64,000 to try Babbel for free. That's radio to 64,000 to try Babbel free. RADIO to 64,000.
When it comes to watching the Super Bowl, Las Vegas is the next best thing to being there.
According to a new study from NJ.bet Sportsbook, Las Vegas is the #1 place to watch the Super Bowl. The report looked at pizza accessibility, the number of bars, the number of liquor stores, and game day travel safety. After Las Vegas, Miami and Atlanta took the #2 and 3 spots, and next year you'll get the best of both worlds when Las Vegas hosts Super Bowl 58. Oh, and in case you're wondering, Las Vegas is home to 59.4 pizzerias and 167.4 bars per 100,000 residents. In Las Vegas, I'm John Schaefer.
An absence of light will apparently help the Packers star quarterback make a decision on his football future. Aaron Rodgers joined the Pat McAfee show on Tuesday and said he'll go on a 4-day darkness retreat following the Super Bowl. The QB was asked if he's considering retirement, which he responded with, "For sure, it's a real thing, 100%. Michael Jackson's estate is preparing to make a massive deal for half of his catalog. TMZ reports MJ's estate is considering the 50% interest for nearly $900 million. There appears to be talk of sale happening between the estate and Sony, which was Jackson's long-term label. If it happens, it would be the biggest deal ever in the music catalog market, even for only the 50% of the rights. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, without further ado, cue the microphone, let's roll. Rolling into a Wednesday. There you go, looks like we have indeed crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, so, yep, hump day, here it comes, 8th day of February. Got a full 5 hours coming your way, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Very comfortable outside the bunker tonight. Wow, close to 50 degrees. That looks like 47 at the airport. Not bad for February. I'll take that. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a bit of a trade-off with warmer spring-like temperatures this time of year, and that is what they call the clash of the air masses. Warm and cold coming together. And all of a sudden, you've got severe weather. That will be the case as we progress through midweek here in the next couple of days, which is where we'll begin with our traveler's weather around the country. Not much going on right now as far as severe weather is concerned. Rain, flooding rain's the biggest concern. Heavy rain, southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, flood watches in place. By the time we get into Thursday, going to be looking at a lot of wind. Yeah, from the Ohio Valley up into the Great Lakes, high wind watches in place. They're talking winds maybe gusting to 60 miles per hour. And this is without storm activity. Just around the circulation of this system. So it all starts like Thursday morning. So much of Indiana. Right now, it's western Ohio, eastern portions of Illinois. We'll get to that coming up. Let's start, though, with the upcoming day. What do we see here? The risk of severe weather ramps up across the south central states, especially as we head into the afternoon and evening hours here on Wednesday. Being described by AccuWeather as a pretty potent storm, going to be coming out of the Rockies to the Mississippi Valley. The full spectrum of severe weather likely with this system, including the potential for tornadoes in areas that have already been hit hard multiple times this winter. After some locally severe thunderstorms bring the risk of a brief risk of a few tornadoes. To portions of central and eastern Texas, severe weather really begins to ramp up. It gets into full gear further to the east here midweek. This southward dip in the jet stream is going to strengthen as it swings into the lower Mississippi Valley today. As this happens, stiffening southerly winds, grabbing all that Gulf of Mexico moisture, giving those thunderstorms a boost, especially during the afternoon and evening hours. Main threat of severe weather will focus on Interstates 10, 20, 40, and the I-55 corridors that includes Louisiana, Mississippi, and southeast Arkansas. Right now, they tell us a moderate risk of severe weather and tornadoes, including the cities of New Orleans, Monroe, and Alexandria, Louisiana, Jackson and Vicksburg, Mississippi, some other major cities that may see severe weather today, Shreveport, Little Rock, Arkansas, and Memphis, Tennessee. More than 26 million people at risk for some type of severe weather today, according to the Storm Prediction Center. Motorists, residents, and visitors to the region may need to take action to find shelter in these storms. Probably going to be peaking in intensity between like 4 and 10 p.m., so late afternoon through the evening hours. That will be the timing for the greatest risk of tornadoes during the late afternoon and early evening hours. The greatest potential for a strong tornado that may last for more than a few minutes will be from some of these discrete cells ahead of the main line of thunderstorms. These individual cells often have the strongest rotation and can kind of tap into an unaltered plume of warm, moist air. As the severe storms organize into more of a solid line Wednesday night, the risk of tornadoes will be decreasing, but incidents of damaging straight-line winds may increase. There can still be a brief isolated tornado that spins up in that advancing line of storms with torrential downpours and strong wind gusts across Mississippi and western portions of Tennessee. Now, in some cases, tornadoes may be concealed by the heavy rain, low-hanging clouds, or the hilly, wooded terrain. In other words, the ability to seek shelter quickly will be especially important due to the risk of nocturnal tornadoes. One of the most significant severe weather and tornado outbreaks this winter was back in January, the 11th and 12th, when well over 300 storm reports occurred, including more than 70 tornadoes over the south central region. Now, usually severe weather is confined to areas along the immediate Gulf Coast this time of year, but that's not going to be the case. The heavy rain will be bringing a separate set of hazards. A soaking rain is in store for the northwest and central Gulf Coast and the lower Ohio Valley into the mid-Mississippi Valley. We could be talking 1 to 3 inches of rain, with some areas maybe experiencing 5 inches of rainfall through Wednesday night. And many of the secondary rivers from Louisiana, Arkansas to Mississippi and Alabama were already hovering at minor flood levels as of this past day. Some points along the Big Black River and the Pearl River in Mississippi were already at moderate flood stage. And there will indeed also be a wintry side to this storm system. About 1,000 miles further to the north, on the colder flank, we will be watching for a swath of accumulating snow from northeast Kansas and northwest Missouri to northeastern Wisconsin and northern Michigan. Yeah, we're talking a broad area where a few inches of snow could fall within that zone. There's going to be a smaller pocket where 6 to 12 inches, probably in parts of central Wisconsin, you'll see the bulk of the heavy snow. This will be the snow of that wet, clinging nature, a risk of maybe some trees and power lines being weighed down to the point where damage could occur. Power outages may be possible. Stretches of ice 35, 80, 90, 94, stretching from Iowa to Wisconsin and northern Missouri may be affected by this. Motorists should anticipate slower travel and maybe even some road closures due to accidents. Accumulating snow will avoid Omaha, Nebraska, Chicago, and Minneapolis. Only a few flakes or maybe a brief snow shower for those big major Midwest cities. We will be talking some slippery travel, snow-covered roads in places like Des Moines, Iowa, and Green Bay, Wisconsin. As the storm moves through Wednesday night to Thursday night. I say Green Bay, because I was talking to Kyle here just a little bit ago, and he's actually in Green Bay at this hour. Got a big meeting coming up later on this morning, as a matter of fact, there. So, yeah, hopefully he's planning to get out of there and get back to the office on Thursday. Hopefully you can get out ahead of the big accumulating snow there in Green Bay. Right now, it looks like there are just some winter storm watches, not over a very broad area, central and northeast Iowa, over into central and southwestern Wisconsin. We may see that expand a bit to include some other areas as the storm approaches. But there you go. All right. Mother Nature gets active here for the second half of the week. Oh, how many of you tuned in to the State of the Union address? I mean, it was all, well, what do you call it? Unicorn farts, fairy dust, all that good stuff? No. I did not tune in. I'll be catching some of the highlights. Got a message from one of our listening friends. Is it, are you watching this clown show? Can you believe this stuff? We'll get your sentiments, your comments. Sarah Huckabee Sanders gave the Republican response to the State of the Union address, and I see several folks saying, what a great rebuttal from Sarah. But we say hello out of the box. Elliot is on board. Good morning, overnight crew. Philly Dan says, keep on humping. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Good morning, everyone. And Timothy says, did you listen to the joke of the Union speech? The joke of the Union. Hello to Canadian Terry, Bowling Green, Ohio, headed to Fayetteville, Tennessee. We've got a nice 40 degrees out here. Good night for a drive. Everybody be safe. Midnight Special checks in from Corbin, Kentucky. I'm about to be rolling I-75 southbound to Knoxville, Tennessee. I'll be keeping my ears open for that cowbell there, Tex. I'll be rolling right by that exit 81, won't you? Joe Self, good morning, Steve, and all the overnight listeners. Happy Hump Day 45 in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a good night. James, what you got, James? Did you catch the Puppets State of the Confusion speech? Who can possibly believe this man really got 81 million votes? Meanwhile, Sanders did a hell of a great rebuttal, says Tim. Let's see. Hello to Jeff. Home. Seems the flu or whatever the focus was has left the house. Year 32 of missing the kids' crud. I actually might not catch it. All right, me and the dogs are going to hide in the room. Shorty says, wow, President Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She knocked it out of the park, huh? Howdy, Steve. Wagon Master checking in at a wet, soggy Springfield, Missouri. Big shout out to all the overnight drive gang. Safe travels. Hello, Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve. And, of course, the best informed audience out there. 36 clouds here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. I heard scientists were studying how the Earth rotates every 24 hours. They kind of got tired and just called it a day. Very funny. Dipsy Driver, have another great show. Thank you very much. Who we got there? Is that Rockpick? Good morning. Happy Hump Day, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. 42 degrees with some clouds. Feels like 37 here in Rochester, New York. Hope you enjoyed the Joe Show. Now on with the overnight drive. Stay safe and enjoy. Sylvester, on board out of the box here. Whoop, whoop. Watch out, folks. The truth is rolling through tonight. I'm tuned in this afternoon from Terrigal, New South Wales, where it's a beautiful 87 degrees, a mostly sunny day there in the land down under. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here, and, of course, lots to cover on a Wednesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed, that is our number. Hello to Linwood. Good evening from the Alamo City. At 59 degrees, headed for a low about 50, not bad. Sarah Huckabee Sanders knocked it out of the park with her amazing rebuttal speech and told us the choice is between normal and crazy. I'll choose normal and freedom for my part. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Everybody be safe out there. Thank you very much. Rodney, hello from Kansas tonight. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 30 degrees in Waterloo, Iowa. Strolling the boulevard at a speed most drivers only dream of. Eastbound under a starlit sky. A special corn patch shout-out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. There you go. Daniel says, good morning from Vivian, South Dakota at 34 degrees. Horse feathers, I'm waiting for the TikTok to get to 10 hours and 1 minute so I can start. So you're getting a late start tonight. Uh-oh. He doesn't seem to be very happy about that. Is it going to make for a long night, I bet? Miss Millie says, good morning, Steve, and all the listeners. I did watch some of that so-called State of the Union. Made me sick to my very soul. Whenever his lips are moving, you know it's a lie. Sarah Sanders did an amazing job. She did not pull any punches. Anyway, 49 degrees in my area of Kentucky tonight. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, there's Papa Rock checking in from, where are you out there, Fordyce? Is that Arizona, Arkansas? AR. I guess that's Arkansas. Elliot Tay, Mike. There you go. Hey, Steve, let's see. I think you made it to clean your camera lens. You're looking a little fuzzy this morning. Fuzzy? I'll have to check that out. Could be. Buckeye Boy checking in from Fort Pierce, Florida, where it's a pleasant 67 degrees. Sarah Huckabee Sanders gets the big cookie for her speech tonight. While the puppet gets 4 Pinocchios. If he was Pinocchio, his nose would have grown so long, he would have popped that Chinese spy balloon with it. Wow, have a great night. Everyone be careful out there. Yes, indeed. Gilligan is on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Clear, warm at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia, 48 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. All right. Let's see, who else we got? There's Roy. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. 29, feels like 22 in Northwest Illinois. Pappy checks in, 44 degrees here in the far side of Southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. What a clown show tonight. I was able to catch the last half. With that said, we, the nocturnal listeners, are all in on the Overnight Drive Radio, sponsored by Hot Shot Secrets with Mr. Summers. Let it roll. Oh, yeah, what day is it? What day is it? You know that's correct. All right, hello to Matt. Just checking in. There's the Rambler, looks like here. Good morning, good evening, whatever the case might be for you. It's Brother Rambler checking in with y'all from the city of Bruton, Alabama. 63 degrees, some scattered showers in the area. Yeah, I called in last night and prayed for everyone who has needs. I forgot to mention about the family, friends, loved ones, acquaintances, And if they had any enemies, even them, for the ones who we lost, Bubba Bo and Sugar Bear this past weekend, may they rest well in the arms of our Lord. And if anyone had an axe to grind with any of these wonderful men who left us way too soon, I pray that they made up and mended fences. God bless everyone tonight, and I may check in here a bit later. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I did mention prayers for the families, Bubba Bo, Sugar Bear there. Difficult times. Dwight checks in 43 degrees in Reverse Anderson, Indiana. All right. Going to be wagering on the big game this weekend? I won't be. But they do say gambling at this weekend's Super Bowl is expected to reach record-breaking levels, with more than 50 million Americans projected to bet on the big game. Projections are Americans will wager some $16 billion, according to a gambling industry trade group. Super Bowl, the first NFL championship to be played in a state with legalized sports betting. That's going to make the difference. We'll explain. More coming up here. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging bipartisanship in his State of the Union address. While speaking on the House floor Tuesday night, Biden said despite disagreements, Democrats and Republicans came together time and time again during his first 2 years as president. There were a few contentious moments, though, during his speech. The top Senate Republican believes his party will have a competitive nominating process over the next number of months. Kentucky's Mitch McConnell made that comment as former President Trump is once again running for the White House. More Memphis police officers are set to face charges in the Tyree Nichols case. The city of Memphis said 7 more officers will be issued a statement of charges for policy violations. That brings the total number to 13 officers facing discipline in the case. LeBron James and the Lakers take on the Thunder tonight, and as he comes into play, he's 36 points away from moving to the top of the NBA all-time scoring list. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, you're starting to speak another language.
Babbel's lessons are voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no better way than
Babbel. Text radio to 64,000 to try Babbel for free. Text radio to 64,000.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. Lines available here on a Wednesday. What's on your mind? Give me the feedback. The lowdown. State of the Union address. And once again, we had someone shout out, liar! Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's a breach of protocol. Yeah, tension. A little tension in the room there. No surprise, right? But back to the Super Bowl. Yeah, first time it'll be taking place in a state with legalized sports betting. So what's that mean? That means fans inside State Farm Stadium in Arizona will be able to actually place mobile phone bets during the game between the Chiefs and the Eagles. BetMGM, gambling operator BetMGM, last year opened a sports betting outlet at the stadium grounds. The fact that the Super Bowl is being played in a legal sports betting state was almost unthinkable 5 years ago, according to the American Gaming Association. About 30 million Americans plan to make Super Bowl sports wagers online on both legal and illegal sites, as well as legal sports books and illegal bookies. According to this survey, that's up 66% from last year's Super Bowl. About 28 million Americans plan to bet on the game casually with friends or office pools and contests and things like that. But they're estimating $16 billion in legal and illegal bets, more than double last year's estimate of $7.6 billion. Why so much wagering this year is my question. Why so much more than last? Well, the expected record-breaking game is 36 states and the District of Columbia have now legalized sports betting. Last year, sports wagering generated about $7.5 billion in revenue for operators after paying out winning bets. Now, they've rapidly expanded since the Supreme Court ruling back in 2018 that cleared the way for states beyond Nevada to allow sports wagering. Gambling operators consider the Super Bowl to be the customer acquisition opportunity, as well as a big-time moneymaker. Companies push to attract new customers, more casual bettors for the big game. And, of course, they hope they'll reactivate existing customers. Once they get you to wager on one game, we can reel you in. Hey, how about next weekend? How about this game, that game? This year, DraftKings is looking at a big bump in their wagering. FanDuel, meanwhile, launched an ad campaign that's expected to culminate with Rob Gronkowski. You've probably seen some of the ads for this running in recent weeks, attempting to a field goal in a live commercial during the game. Any FanDuel customer who makes a Super Bowl bet of at least $5 would win a share of $10 million in free bets if Gronkowski makes that kick, according to the company. GeoComply, which validates online sports betting traffic to ensure users are in a state with legalized betting, said they processed more than 550 million geolocation checks between the NFL playoffs and the AFC Championship. That's a 50% increase in just the past year. Wagering on the big game. My. It is 844-844-3388. All right, when you see a change of, say, a penny, when the price of fuel, you're not really going to notice. And that's pretty much what we saw over the past week. The national retail price is about a penny less than a week ago. While last week increases were recorded pretty much for all regions around the country, this week it's kind of a mixed bag. We actually saw some decreases for much of the eastern seaboard, but from the Rocky Mountains west, we're seeing actually increases being recorded. The biggest shift in a regional average for diesel was the Central Atlantic, and that was a drop of just over 2 cents per gallon. So I kind of consider it, prices are pretty much stable over the past week. National average now at $4.67 per gallon, which is down a penny. You're still paying $4.84 along the East Coast as a whole. It's still well over $5 per gallon up in New England, averaging $5.17. You get over to the Midwest at $4.40. The Gulf Coast, the cheapest at $4.28 per gallon. Now you head out west, the West Coast averaging $5.34. California averaging $5.76 per gallon. Latest numbers from ProMiles this past day. Let's see. Travel Centers of America, the truck stop chain, opening a new store in Statesboro, Georgia. The Statesboro TA Express, located off I-16 and US 301 at exit 116. They kind of highlighted the new truck stop on their social media channels here a couple of days ago. Not bad as far as truck parking. Some locations bigger than others. 125 truck parking spaces. Pretty good. Burger King, looks like 4 showers, 8 diesel pumps. Got the Cat Scale, the driver lounge. Yes, there's the pet area and laundry facilities, some of your typical amenities. But yeah, the 125 truck parking spaces, much needed parking around the country. On down to the Sunshine State in the early morning hours there of Tuesday. Florida roadway shut down for smoky conditions, causing poor visibility. This past morning in East Orange County. It all started about 3 o'clock in the morning in the area of James Creek Road and Christmas. According to WFTV, the smoke from a 75-acre prescribed burn in the area, causing the conditions that led to dangerously low visibility. As a result, the Highway Patrol shut down all eastbound and westbound lanes of State Route 520. It was still closed as of 8:30 this past morning. There were some alternate routes between Orange and Brevard counties, but I guess that's all cleared up by now. And one final tidbit under the industry headlines before we get to your calls. Crews spent more than 10 hours cleaning up a load of Jack Daniels spilled in a semi-truck wreck in North Carolina. February the 6th, Greensboro, North Carolina, I-40 at about 11 o'clock in the evening. According to the local Fox affiliate, the accident happened on I-40, closing exit 219 onto I-40 on into Tuesday morning. The overturned truck spilling the load of Jack Daniels. Crews again spent 10 hours cleaning up the mess, hauling the truck away, and even more, clearing the shattered glass and the spilled liquor. Yeah, minor injuries reported, cause of the accident not released, but they think they got it cleared by about 9 o'clock in the morning, Tuesday morning. What a mess. Some would say that's alcohol abuse. Hey, Mike, what's happening?
Morning, Your Honor. I guess even though most everybody stated it for us, I get called out if I don't do it. So we should do, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
All right, here we are. Hump day, right? There you go.
There you go. Hey, I heard that most of those injuries there, those minor injuries on that cleanup there, the Jack Daniels, were people with cut tongues. Do you have any more reports of if that's the case?
Out there licking the asphalt? Yeah, right.
I heard it was the broken glass. They were licking off the broken bottles and getting their tongues cut. But I don't know. That's just a report I have. It's not been substantiated anywhere. So, anyways, yeah, our commander in chief there. I heard he said that the first 2 years in office there, the Congress worked together so well for him to be able to pass all the bills, and he expects the Republicans to work as well with the Democrats in the next 2 years as they did the last. Wait a minute. Didn't the Democrats have complete control for the last 2 years? Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
Anyways.
Thank you very much.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. Where are we going to go with this now? I had a couple things here. I forwarded you a thing that I got, and I forget how it's going to be taken care of or be done, but they were talking about in a letter I got there, or an email, I guess, from the American Truck Historical Society about wills and stuff, and I know I'm kind of taking it along since, recent things here with losing Bubba Bo and Sugar Bear and that, but they were talking about wills and how important it is to have a will, and they're going to have some easy setup to try to do a will. But in there they highlighted that Prince. Now, I was never a Prince fan, wasn't one that really cared for the style of music Prince did, although he was a musical genius, and if you listen to his albums and stuff, he's actually the only one on the album. All the tracks were all overlaid. He did everything, and he was a self-taught prodigy. I mean, he had no music instructional. He learned everything himself, from what I understand, and the guy was a musical genius. It's just I didn't care for what he did, so I really didn't listen a lot. But they said his estate, after he died, his estate lost 50%, 50. Half his estate went to taxes. And it was because he didn't have a will, and the other 50% is now being fought over in court by all the living relatives who think they deserve whatever they deserve, and are all now cutthroat with each other to try to get as much as they can, and think that the others don't deserve what they deserve. So anyways, the American Truck Historical Society has got some deal going on to try to make it easy for people to set up a will, a legal binding will, and all that. So if you are a member and you haven't noticed it, take a look into it. If you don't have a will, I, for one, am going to look into it, because I'm one of the ones out here saying, yeah, my wife as well, we we really need to do it. We got to look into it. It's, something we need to do, and we just haven't been getting around to it. So, maybe now's the time. So if you got a minute, and I'm not sure if you aren't a member, if you can still get into this somehow, or if you know somebody is a member, maybe you can tag in with them, talk to them. Maybe you can be able to log in. I would assume it's going to be a webinar of some sort. So anyways, just to throw it out there, I did email that to you, Steve, at one point, so I don't know if you still had that email or got it or whatever, or maybe be able to get more.
I got it. I was scrolling down. I think it was a couple days ago wasn't it a couple days?
Probably over the weekend. It was probably over the weekend, I think. So, but anyways, I don't know. A couple other things I was going to touch on, and of course, here in the news and all that, you get kind of frustrated, and it makes you lose your train of thought there. But anyways, there, I guess with that, maybe we'll give you a jingle back when we come up with what the rest of it was, and we'll look forward to hearing the rest of the show. And hey, I'm rolling now. TikTok. Finally got to 10:01.
What caused why such a late start tonight?
Well, I had about a 15-and-a-half-hour day yesterday, so by the time I got done and had to wait for the 10-hour break to roll around to the end, it caused me to be a little delayed on getting going from what I wanted to be. We don't have any of the exempt hours of service anymore, so we got to be a law-abiding, ELD holding, whatever, non-speeding. You know the drill out there.
Right.
It's an obstacle for everybody else on the highway. So, anyways, we'll check back at you later there, and it was good to hear Sarah Huckabee again there. It was kind of refreshing. I did catch her right before I headed out. So, all right, we'll talk to you later, Your Honor.
All right, I always liked her as the spokesperson there for the White House under Trump. She didn't take any BS from those reporters, did she? Well. Interesting that you would mention exemptions and emergency declarations. It's kind of odd. OOIDA this past day say they're a bit perplexed about the FMCSA's motivation. They're wanting to change the rules regarding emergency declarations. Give you more on that story coming up. First, we got to get a quick time out, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I've touched on under industry headlines. I typically share those emergency declarations when they're ordered. And there's numerous emergency declarations around the country at this moment. Why would the FMCSA want to make changes to the rules? By their own admission, the FMCSA, that is, there is no evidence that the added flexibility provided by the hours of service waivers have deterred safety. We are unclear on exactly why the FMCSA is proposing these regulatory changes at this time. Again, it says OOIDA. We have no information that suggests the existing emergency exemptions have negatively impacted road safety. Now, the FMCSA issued a notice of proposed rulemaking that would narrow the scope of regulations from which relief is provided automatically for carriers providing direct assistance when an emergency has been declared. Their proposal is to narrow the automatic applicability of an emergency declaration to the hours of service limits in 395.3 and 395.5, which are the 30-minute rest break and the maximum driving time portions of the regulations, respectively. Some of the other proposed changes would be to modify the definition of emergency, to clarify that emergency regulatory relief under 390.23 generally does not apply to economic conditions that are caused by market forces. They want to remove the definition of emergency relief and amend the definition to direct assistance to incorporate the essential components for the former emergency relief definition. Although presidential declarations of emergency would continue to trigger a 30-day exemption from all regulations in parts 390 to 399, their proposal would limit the duration and the scope of the existing automatic relief when issued by a governor or a governor's representative for the FMCSA. In those instances, the regulatory relief would apply for just 5 days and would exempt drivers only from 395.3 and 395.5. Again, the 30-minute rest break and the maximum driving portion. They also say they'd like to simplify the language, allowing the FMCSA to extend and modify the regulatory relief. Well, they gave the public 60 days to comment on that, and OOIDA took issue with their efforts to reduce a state's initial emergency declaration to just 5 days. We believe reducing the duration to the existing automatic regulatory relief for 30 days to 5 when a regional declaration is issued, say, by a governor, will obstruct the trucking industry's ability to operate effectively in communities impacted by the emergency. In our experience, the current 30-day period provides sufficient time to deliver emergency assistance without negatively impacting safety. The FMCSA even states in this notice of proposed rulemaking they have no information that suggests that existing emergency exemptions have negatively impacted road safety. We had this emergency declaration on a federal level, recall? The timing is just really puzzling, considering the fact the FMCSA reported no issues following the unprecedented federal waiver that lasted more than 2.5 years. Truckers were allowed to operate under the federal declaration from March of 2020 until October 15th of this past year because of the COVID pandemic, according to the data provided by the FMCSA. That waiver, 2.5 years, did not deter safety. Matter of fact, in August, the agency told Landline it was aware of only two crashes involving truck drivers that were operating under that waiver. And we're talking over a 2.5-year period. Both of those incidents were single vehicle crashes. The first crash resulted in minor injuries to the driver. The second crash, the driver was uninjured in that crash. Why do you want to make things tougher, more difficult? And I think, how many times have we said this? Obviously, when you've got these emergency declarations, they make you want to feel like there's going to be pandemonium out there. There's going to be, hair, teeth, eyeballs, accidents all over the place. You have to adhere to these strict hours of service regulations. And then, of course, we've talked the ELD. The statistics show since the ELD mandate, prompting strict following the regulations, things have actually got more dangerous. Crashes have increased. So everything works in the opposite, seems more often than not, with these FMCSA regulations. But all right, we'll get a news break as we close things out for hour number one. Lots to come your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. In his second State of the Union address, President Biden claimed credit for progress made during his first 2 years in office, while stressing the job is not yet finished. A few Republicans interrupted Biden's address by yelling out, "Secure the border," when he talked about the fentanyl crisis. During the address, someone shouted the crisis was his fault because of his border policies.
Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. You got it.
Biden also used the address to call for Congress to act on immigration.
American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border.
Biden also called for a pathway to citizenship for Dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, and essential workers. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders says the GOP is the party of freedom and family, while the Democratic Party is about hate and waste. Sanders provided the Republican response to President Biden's State of the Union address. Referring to Biden and the Democrats as the, quote, radical left, Sanders says they tax Americans and then light Americans' hard-earned money on fire. More Memphis police officers are in hot water.
7 additional Memphis police officers are facing disciplinary action in the wake of the Tyree Nichols beating during a traffic stop. The Memphis city attorney said the officers will receive an internal statement of charges. It's a document informing the 7 officers of their policy violations. That'll be followed up by a hearing and then a written decision. This action, however, is internal and not criminal in nature. I'm John Schaefer.
An off-duty New York City police officer has died. 26-year-old Adid Fayaz was shot in the head over the weekend during an attempted robbery. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
More now from President Biden's State of the Union address that took place Tuesday night on Capitol Hill. He urges Congress to restore reproductive rights.
Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it.
Biden says his administration is pushing to protect abortion rights. While there was some contentious moments during the address, when he talked about gun violence, that was not one of them.
Ban assault weapons now. Ban them now.
Biden says he hopes the Democrats and Republicans can continue working together and make progress for the American people. In sports, LeBron James will come into tonight's action just 36 points shy of eclipsing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for most points in NBA history. His Lakers taking on the Thunder in Los Angeles. The Eagles and Chiefs will meet in Super Bowl 57 on Sunday. Philadelphia QB Jalen Hurts is ready for his own milestone, joining Patrick Mahomes as the only black quarterbacks to start the same Super Bowl.
Like I said, it's a very historic moment. It's historic. And for everyone that has laid the foundation before me, it's transcendent.
Bed Bath & Beyond is announcing the closure of another 150 stores just a week after telling the public they would close 87 locations. The company says it's raised nearly $1 billion to pay off its debt and hopes to maintain at least 360 stores nationwide. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, I'm back out of here for hour number 2. Just getting things rolling. Here on a Wednesday morning. Hello to the right-wing nut. Checking in on Facebook. Good morning from Albuquerque. or apple turkey, he calls it. Wet, cold, and all that jazz. So what did the idiot in charge have to say tonight? Enough to make a fertilizer salesman blush with shame, right? That would be about correct, yeah, right? Who else? There's Heat Wave. What's going on? Good morning, folks. I'm going to be sacking out here shortly. I'll be listening to the podcast later today. You know, all I'll need is the Cliff Notes version of the State of the Union address. Just wondering, was that speech rip-worthy, like Nancy Pelosi did to Trump's State of the Union? Yeah, was it rip-worthy? To my knowledge, Kevin McCarthy did not turn the State of the Union into confetti after the speech, right? A little tit for tat. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Lancaster, Ohio. Just finished up a dropping hook, headed back to the yard. Had a reminder to take care of my health today. I've been dealing with a clogged ear since I had the crud around Christmas, and today I broke down and saw my doc. Found a bunch of earwax and a fluid buildup on the bad ear. Cleaned things up. Yeah, I hear too much now for not having anything blocking my ear canals, and the doc gave me a steroid to help with the fluid. Hopefully that'll do the trick. So sad to hear about Bubba Bo. Yeah, I wish I could go to the viewing, but I have to work that night. Don't have a clue what I'll do when I get back. It's clearing up. 46 degrees at this hour. All right, I'm sure they'll find something for you to do there, Eskimo Mom, right? Okay, I'll get back to the calls here in just a moment. Hey, guess what? China wants their balloon back. No kidding. The Chinese government has requested the return of their now shredded surveillance balloon after we shot it down. When discussing the incident this past day, Mao Ning, the spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said, "The airship does not belong to the United States. It belongs to China." He then said the Chinese side has given information about the unmanned airship on several occasions. I don't have anything to add at the moment. In her press remarks, Mao also repeated the Chinese Communist Party's claims that the surveillance balloon was a civilian aircraft. She also criticized the U.S. government for not handling the balloon ordeal in a rational, calm way. The unmanned Chinese airship is of civilian nature. Its unintended entry into U.S. airspace is entirely unexpected and caused by force majeure. It did not pose any threat to any person or to the national security of the United States. The U.S. should have properly handled such incidents in a calm, professional manner, not involving the use of force. Yet they decided to do otherwise, which is clear overreactions, he says. As a counter, the Pentagon maintains they acted immediately to protect against the collection of sensitive information from a foreign adversary. Now, earlier this week, China's Foreign Affairs Office admitted that, yes, another surveillance balloon had been identified over the Caribbean and Latin America after being blown off course by the weather, the same rationale that they cited last week, trying to justify the existence of the balloon over American and Canadian airspace. And I guess at some point we'll know definitively, was it actually a civilian or a weather balloon? We actually got some of the first official images from the U.S. military recovering portions of the balloon this past day. Sailors continue to trawl the South Carolina coast for debris from the downed craft. Navy personnel, photographs and video hauling large sections of the high-altitude balloon from the waters off of Myrtle Beach. And one image offering the closest glimpse yet of the device. Half a dozen sailors were dragging pieces of the white outer fabric and sections of the metal shell structure onto a naval vessel. They haven't yet determined the condition of the device or how many pieces it may be in. They've got an unmanned underwater vehicle, or several of them, being used to scan the seafloor, looking for remaining parts of the balloon. Once they're all gathered, the pieces will be taken to the FBI lab at Quantico in Virginia to be examined, and other counterintelligence authorities in a bid to understand what type of sensors the Chinese were using and how this balloon was able to maneuver. Now, they're kind of, I guess, trying to justify why they did not shoot the balloon down over land. Trying to say that, I guess, the new narrative from the White House security advisor, Jake Sullivan, was, well, bringing it down over water instead of land created a greater possibility of being able to effectively exploit the wreckage. All right, there were multiple reasons military officials would have given that advice to the president. Logically, if you shoot something down over land, you're going to shoot down over somewhere that's uninhabited, right? Yeah, you're going to be picking wreckage out of the trees. It's going to be scattered. In the event the balloon landed on something hard like the roadway, the device might be easier to locate, but it's going to be shattered. I mean, you just dropped a camera from 60,000 feet onto the pavement. On the other hand, the ocean floor is sandy, wet, generally pretty flat. Yeah, he then noted that the search location in the part of the ocean where the craft landed was only about 50 feet deep. The beauty of that is now that you have debris over a relatively flat surface that has taken perhaps less damage than if it came down over land. When you go in with the sonar scanners, it shows up very nicely, he said. Now, they have said the successful recovery of the balloon could provide valuable insight into China's spying capabilities. Yeah, despite the Biden administration downplaying the device's impact on national security. But retired Navy Admiral Harry Harris says we need to understand fully the Chinese surveillance capabilities and their systems. Shooting down the balloon, then recovering the parts over the Atlantic is going to be helpful in that regard. Glenn Verheck, head of NORAD, of course, on Monday said the Navy was taking protective measures during the recovery efforts in case that there were actually explosives attached to the balloon. It looks like the debris field is like 15 football fields by 15 football fields square, about 3/4 of a square mile, the zone where the water recovery is taking place there off the coast of South Carolina. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Head on up to Maryland. What do you say, Curtis? What's happening?
Hi, B, sir.
I'm doing fine. How about you? How's your week going? Yes.
Well, my mom's memorial service was this past Saturday, and there was a really good attendance. How old was Bubba?
66, I believe. 66.
Was it? That was a shocker because a friend of mine made a CD when it was Bubba and the guy that had the Star Wars name.
Yoda.
Had Yoda and him and one other one, and they're all dead. Actually, on the CD that he made.
Wow. Yeah.
And I mean, I know you can't escape it, but I just didn't think he was of that bad at health.
Well, it caught everybody by surprise. I mean, he retired from his country radio station gig about a year ago, and I guess back in about early summer, Yeah, they diagnosed him with a brain tumor. Apparently, he did actually have a surgery to remove the tumor. He went through the chemotherapy and the radiation treatment and all that, but I guess they didn't get it all. And that was, I guess, one of those kind of like Sugar had a rather aggressive cancer. And about 6 months from the time they discovered it until it took his life.
I had a friend of mine that had a brain tumor, and the lady didn't get it all, and it came back.
Yeah.
And, well, we were trying to suggest him to go get somebody else's opinion. He went back to the same lady, and he was dead. And just about a half year after doing it again, I'm going, if you don't get it right the first time, it's what Billy Joel, it's not the same thing. But I'd have to comment on Pennsylvania women. There's this lady that from the church, from my dad priest in Enid Valley, 79 years old. She gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning, goes to work at 4:30 until 12:30 at the YMCA 6 days a week.
How about that? A busy schedule.
And 79 years old. I mean, I don't want to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
All right.
And I'm your age. But do you know many people like that who will work that kind of hours at 79 years old?
No, sir. No.
You got to commend that lady. I mean, she is one hardworking Pennsylvania lady. But, yeah. Oh, and I've still not got to try your sister, actually, but I have got a line on getting some from Walmart. And would you do ever noodles first or just right out of the box?
Yeah, I think I do the three-way thing: spaghetti, then the chili, then the cheese, and a little hot sauce. Yeah, pick your favorite hot sauce.
Yeah. Well, I will give that a sport effort and in a relatively soon manner, and I will get back to you on how good it is.
I want a full report. Yeah, and just remember, it's an acquired. They say an acquired taste. I mean. Yeah, many people around the country say that's not chili. It's not chili in any form. It's a Cincinnati thing. For those who maybe weren't with us last evening, I shared Bubba Bo's obituary and, of course, the memorial visitation that will be taking place this Friday, February 10th. From 1 to 3 in the afternoon, and again from 5 to 7 p.m. According to the obituary, it simply says a blessing will immediately follow that second memorial visitation there at 7 p.m. If you'd wanted to send flowers or whatever, it says memorial contribution. Make contributions to Hospice of Cincinnati, 4310 Cooper Road, or the National Brain Tumor Society in Newton, Massachusetts there. And of course, the services, I have numerous listeners have shared the link, and I've shared that as well. It's Lindman Funeral Home in Erlanger, Kentucky, where this will be taking place. And we'll return after this. Room for you. Lines available at 844-844. 3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, once again, lines available. Jump on in here on a Wednesday morning. Little info to pass your way. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund announcing they've signed the singer-songwriter Levi Hummon. I'm not familiar, I'll be honest. Levi Hummon to headline a benefit concert for Saturday, April the 22nd, Knoxville, Tennessee. It is going to be the Highway to Hope concert. 7:30 in the evening there in Knoxville at the Cotton Eye Joe nightclub. Familiar with that, Cotton Eye Joe's? Tickets for the concert available for $20 in advance. It'll be $25 at the door. All the proceeds, though, intended to help the St. Christopher Fund support truck drivers that are in need. Hummon is the son of Grammy-winning songwriter Marcus Hummon. Marcus, who wrote songs for the likes of the Dixie Chicks, Tim McGraw, Rascal Flatts. Levi, for his part, has released 30 songs of his own and performed millions of live streams. In addition to the regular tickets, they do say a VIP ticket is available for a show before the main concert. The VIP concert will feature a performance by the Lindsay Lawler Band and special guest Dave Nemo from Radio Nemo. Dave will be there. The VIP pre-concert show runs from like 4:30 to 6 that evening. Those VIP tickets include food, 2 drink tickets, and the private concert. If you want to attend the VIP show, that'll be $99. I guess you can order online via the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. If you want the VIP tickets, the password is HOPE, H-O-P-E, HOPE. All right, I'm relatively quiet on the phones here. It's 844-844-3388. Eagle is on board. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, I got a couple of things I want to talk about. I wanted to get back in last night, but I fell asleep when you had me on at the end of the show almost. But yeah, a couple of things I wanted to talk about, Steve. Before I get to the situation in Memphis, I wanted to talk about one other thing. Quick note about the Joe Biden. Yeah, Steve, I tried to listen as I was driving my truck tonight. I tuned in. I think he came on the radio at 7 or either 8 o'clock Central Time where I'm at. I tried to listen to it. I listened to it for about 30 minutes, and I had to turn the radio off. I couldn't listen to no more of it. It's just too much going on. I had to turn the radio off. Because, like I said, it's just one lie after another. You know something, Steve, and here's what really pisses me off the most about this guy. is that, he's trying to take credit for what Donald Trump did. This guy here is talking about he created more jobs. He created more jobs in 2 years than any president did in the 4 years of the history of the United States. But here's what Joe Biden is not telling these idiots that follow him, Steve. All those jobs that were shut down during the coronavirus, those people opened their businesses back up. Those jobs were not created. Those were just businesses that were shut down during the coronavirus, and then they opened back up. And this loser is trying to take credit for these buildings, for these jobs that opened back up after the virus. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. Millions. I mean, millions and millions had to go on unemployment and had to get. I mean, they were sending out the checks to help people, and we spent trillions of dollars on that. And the trillions of dollars they spent. He's trying to blame Trump for spending all. For racking up the national debt. Like Trump did that on his own. It was all of Congress, Republican, Democrat, everybody across the board said they had to spend those trillions of dollars because it was uncharted territory.
Yeah, like I said, after he made that comment about the jobs, I had to turn the radio off. Because like I say, he claimed that he created, and anybody knows that Donald Trump had created more jobs than anybody when he was a president before the coronavirus. We had like Trump always says, Steve, we had the best economy that the world has ever known before the coronavirus struck. And this guy is trying to take credit for creating all these jobs. And it just aggravates me that this man is trying to take credit for something that Donald Trump did.
You are 100%. You are 100% correct, Eagle. Yeah, I've been saying that for some time now. They weren't created jobs. It was people, the economy coming back to life is technically what it was all about. Hey, if you got more for us, hold that thought. I know he's got some other things to get to. He wanted to get to the Memphis thing as well, which, I'm hearing that in the news break. And I begin to think, based on this update this past day, that there was more than just a few officers. You can say it was improper training. It's really, I'm thinking there must have been some sort of a systemic issue, problems that went all the way to the top with the Memphis police, because they're now saying 13 officers maybe rolled into the discipline in this Nichols case. It's another, I'll give more details on that as well coming up here. First, a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Michael Jackson's estate is preparing to make a massive deal for half of his catalog. TMZ is reporting Michael Jackson's estate is considering selling a 50% interest for nearly $900 million. There appears to be a talk of a sale happening between the estate and Sony, which is Jackson's long-term label. A Memphis police officer is under fire after he texted photos of a beaten and bloodied Tyree Nichols to at least 5 people. Video footage of Nichols' fatal arrest was released last month, which showed officers repeatedly kicking, hitting, and tasing him before propping him up against a police car. Kevin Durant is looking for some answers regarding the direction of the Nets franchise in the aftermath of the Kyrie Irving trade. Durant has been engaged in conversations with general manager Sean Marks on the direction of the franchise and its ability to be a championship contender. According to ESPN, Brooklyn has assisted to Durant in inquiring teams that the organization had no intention of moving him prior to Thursday afternoon's trade line. Julio Flores, USA.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much. Welcome back here. It's 844-3388. Thought I'd get a bit more response about the State of the Union, but before we get to that, Sarah Huckabee Sanders had a lot of praise from conservatives, of course, for her response. But the news out of Memphis, 13 Memphis officers could end up being disciplined in connection with the Tyre Nichols case. City council members expressing frustration with the police as well as fire chiefs during a meeting for not moving quickly on policy reforms following the brutal beating. Of course, 6 have already been fired, 1 more relieved of duty. Of course, prosecutors say the arrest, which was captured on police video cameras, led to the death 3 days later. The chief's legal officer told the council that the number of officers disciplined for policy violations could rise to 13. Now, police spokeswoman Karen Rudolph said 6 officers whose involvement has not been publicly disclosed could face administrative charges. She stressed that an internal investigation remains ongoing and the number of officers disciplined could change. Of those who've been fired, of course, 5, as we know, charged with second-degree murder and other criminal offenses. Memphis Police Director C.J. Davis said during the council meeting that besides the internal investigation, there is an ongoing assessment of the department's specialized police units. The 5 that were charged were part of a crime suppression team, which has now been disbanded. They said the city may release more information about officer discipline by the end of next week after administrative hearings. More video of the arrest also is slated to be released. We will be prepared to upload onto a website all of the footage, all of the decisions, the entirety of the file. So there's, I guess, a lot more to be seen than we have thus far seen. Davis and the fire chief were called before the council to talk about policy changes or reforms put in place since this Tyre Nichols case, but their presentations included procedures that were planned or actually in place prior to this. So previously, Davis cited past reviews of police procedures, changes in training, leadership, recruitment, and career development, data disclosures, adding more supervisors and policy reforms, including duty to intervene and render aid, which were enacted. That was done after the death of George Floyd. That was not enough to satisfy the council members who were expecting to hear about some change since Nichols' arrest. So in other words, all those things that they were trying to present that they're going to do, if it goes back to implemented after the death of George Floyd, well, that's been several years already. One council member said, I listened to the presentation as patiently as I could, and I heard a lot about discussions and conversations. We're 30 days out. I haven't heard anything to actually address any policy changes. She asked Davis what went wrong on January the 7th, to which he simply said, well, a lot went wrong. So the reason I asked that question is because what I wanted to hear today is, this is what went wrong. This is what we've done to address these issues. I did not hear any of that. Now, the council was expected to address proposed city ordinances related to police reforms later in the day yesterday, including one to establish a procedure for the department to conduct an annual independent review of the training academy, and another for an independent review process for instances of excessive, unnecessary, or deadly use of force. But again, it seems like to have that many that were breaking policy, something is awry. Something somewhere is awry. More than just a couple of officers there in Memphis, the way I see it. But that's my take. All right, Eagle, what's your take? What do you think?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to get him finished up, but yeah, like I said, Steve, Joe Biden. If anybody didn't listen to the State of the Union, I'm telling you my point of view. You didn't miss absolutely nothing. Like I say, I only lasted about 15 minutes and 20 minutes, and that was all I could take. I don't know how long he spoke, and really don't care. But 15 minutes of that, it was enough for me. Now let's move on to the Memphis situation, Steve. It looks like that rumor that I had told you about last week is turning out to be true, according to what your newscaster says during your break. Now they didn't say that he texted the photograph to this woman, ex-wife, or whoever the hell she was.
Right.
They said that he texted photo 5 different individuals. Now who these people are, I don't know. But either way, he is going to be qualified, Steve, for dumbass of not of the week, not of the month, but dumbass of the year. I don't think nobody's going to be dumber than that police officer. First of all, you beat up another man right on with video cameras rolling. You got it right there on video, and then you have the nerve to send out a text message of this man laying on the ground after what you have done. You have to be a very stupid person to do something like that, Steve. And they need to throw the book at that guy, because either that guy, Steve, there's only one or two things that I can think of for these 5 police officers. Either they're the stupidest police officers that's ever put on a uniform, Are they the boldest unit? Are they the boldest? Or they just think that they're above the law? There's only two ways to look at that situation. They either think they're above the law, or they're the dumbest police officers to put on a uniform in the history of America. Because there's no way that he should have texted 5 people a photograph of this man laying on the ground, if this is true. Now, let's get to the paramedics. Now, these people, there's a special place in hell for these people, Steve. The individual, these 2 and 3 paramedics that sat there after that man was beat down by these lawmen, and they didn't even offer no kind of assistance to this man. And I've heard some other people say that this man possibly could have survived this incident if he would have been properly cared for, if these paramedics wouldn't have wasted valuable time and got this man to a hospital facility like they were supposed to. These people need to be thrown under the jail for what they did, Steve. There was no reason for their behavior, for them to treat this man like a dog that just got run over by a car in the street. It's just uncalled for, unheard of. It's sickening to think that these people treated this man like this, Steve. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yep.
It's just disgusting. People that are supposed to help an individual rendered no help whatsoever to this man as he laid on the ground. Now here's why you're going to see more and more individuals. You say it's up to 13 now, Steve. These people, this Scorpion or operation, these people, this man that they killed, yeah, he's the only one that they killed, but they also roughhoused a lot of people in the Memphis area and the strong arm these people. The same way they yanked that man out of the car. If you think that's the only man that they yanked out of that car, that Scorpion organization, you better think again. That's why you're going to see more and more officers coming losing their jobs, because this is the way they were handling business, Steve. No uniform, no uniforms on, unidentified cars. They just pulling up to a man and coming and yanking you out of your car, cussing and raising hell. You don't conduct a police stop by cussing and raising hell at an individual like that. So like I said, you're going to see more and more people dropping down on the deal here in Memphis, Steve. More and more police officers are going to be losing their job because this is not an isolated incident. And like I say, here's how it goes, Steve. The police chief, she's gonna be cutting people loose to save her job. When it all said, you know what they always say, Steve? If you want to kill the snake, you got to cut the head off of the snake. And I really believe that she is the snake, and that's the head that needs to be cut off. If anybody needs to lose their job, it's that police chief in Memphis, because you can't tell me she didn't know what kind of people was working for her on that police force, and she didn't know what that Scorpion unit was up to. So I'm going to repeat myself one more time. If you want to kill the snake, you got to cut the head off. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I guess the shish kebab starts at the top, right? And I kind of goes down. Somebody's got to be. Yeah. Where does the buck stop? The buck stops here, they say. All right. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388. There you go. All right. On to Sarah Sanders. Yeah, the new Arkansas governor. Yeah, delivering the Republican response to the State of the Union this past evening. Yeah, saying she's skeptical of pretty much the whole thing. Being a mom of 3 young children, taught me not to believe every story I hear, so forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from Joe Biden. Yeah, from out-of-control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and the threat from China, Biden and the Democrats have failed you. Yeah, pointing to their many differences, Sanders moved on to the trans rights movement, saying, I'm the first woman to lead my state. He's the first man to surrender his presidency to a woke mob that can't even tell you what a woman is. Yeah, Republicans have been fighting against trans athletes born male competing against girls and women in sports. The dividing line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice really today comes down to normal or crazy. And it's wrong. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership. Now, upon taking office a few weeks ago as governor of Arkansas, she said, I signed executive orders to ban critical race theory, racism, and indoctrination in our schools, eliminating the use of the derogatory term Latinx in government, repealed COVID orders, and said never again to authoritarian mandates and shutdowns. Now, Biden proposed a new billionaire tax in his speech, urging Republicans to work to unite the country. He hit on those topics, blaming Democrats. Sanders hit on those topics, blaming Democrats for the country's divisions. In the radical left's America, Washington taxes you and lights your hard-earned money on fire. Yeah, but you get crushed with high gas prices, empty grocery shelves. Our children are taught to hate one another on account of their race, but not to love one another or to love our great country. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the real reality, the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace, but we're under attack in a left-wing culture war that we didn't start and we never wanted to fight. Every day we're told we have to partake in their rituals, salute their flags, worship their false idols, all while big government colludes with big tech to strip away the most American thing there is, and that is your freedom of speech. Yeah, she criticized the calls from the left to defund the police and what she called allowing violent criminals to roam the streets free while law-abiding families live in fear. She slammed Biden on the border crisis, domestically and on foreign policy from Afghanistan to Ukraine to North Korea to Iran, across the board. President Biden's weakness puts our nation and our world at risk, and the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is not willing to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He's unfit to serve as commander-in-chief, she said. Republicans believe in an America where strong families thrive in safe communities, where jobs are abundant and paychecks are rising, where the freedom our veterans shed their blood to defend is the birthright of every man, woman, and child. It's just a piece, some segments of the Republican response to the State of the Union. Heard in the news break when Biden brought up the fentanyl that's crossing the border. And you heard the outrage, the moans, the groans, and a clear voice saying, "It's your fault. Hello, McFly. Why is the border not secure? It's your fault, Joe." Highlighting the border and the fentanyl crisis, Border Patrol chiefs and House Republicans noted 9,400 pounds of fentanyl was seized by the Department of Homeland Security between October and December. That's 90 days, people. 9,400 pounds. Oversight and Accountability Democrats hailed the seizures as a victory, then denounced Republicans for talking about the border, calling Republicans racist, amplifying white nationalism for bringing it to a public hearing. Well, let's go to Byron Donalds of Florida, who is a black man, by the way, who says, "I'm just going to cut to the chase for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who want us to state that we're using this hearing for white nationalism. I'm not doing that. So if you feel that strongly, come walk to this side of the room and let's talk about it face to face. But leave that kind of silly stuff to somebody else. Don't bring that here today. This stuff is serious. Joe Biden's border policies are to blame. Tim Burkett of Tennessee. He asked the Tucson Sector Chief Patrol Agent and the Rio Grande Valley Sector Chief Patrol Agent, how many people would that much fentanyl kill? 9,400 pounds. And again, that's what was apprehended in a 90-day period. Who knows how much of it actually made it into the country that wasn't seized? Well, they didn't have the answer. They didn't know. But just 2 milligrams of fentanyl can kill someone. We do know that. Well, they said, I'll do the math for you. That would translate to 1.6 billion people. That is with a B, billion. That's enough fentanyl to kill every American almost 5 times over. Yeah, the bottom line is the country was on its way, I felt, to a secure border under President Trump. Biden put an end to that on his first day in office, and Americans are dying as a result.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do we see here? A couple minutes before news break, so I'll tell you what, we'll get back to your calls after the top of the hour break. I mean, all this discussion about China, the balloon, but so much more regarding China is coming to light in recent days. We talked about the land purchases. China taking over agricultural land all over the country. And mentioned last evening that South Dakota's Kirsty Noem is trying to put a halt to these massive land purchases. Yeah, well, this past day, we hear a Chinese-owned corn mill that was slated to be built near a military base in North Dakota has now been deemed a significant threat to national security by the U.S. Air Force after a small-town mayor brought the project to the attention of the feds over a year ago. It's Grand Forks mayor that voiced concerns about security risk to the federal government 18 years ago regarding the proposed corn mill's proximity to a military base. It's been a long process. I mean, we initially reached out to the FBI. Then we reached out to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. That committee, they really came with a lackluster answer that left a lot of questions that needed to be answered. We were certainly surprised, he said. We expected the federal government to do their job and do it quickly if they had concerns, communicated to us. Well, after 16 months, the Air Force responded to his concerns and requested the city prevent the project from moving forward. Last week, the Air Force Assistant Secretary wrote a letter to state senators stating while the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States concluded that they didn't have jurisdiction, our review is unambiguous. This proposed project presents a significant risk to national security with both near and long-term risks of significant impacts to our operations in the area. This Chinese-owned biofermentation manufacturer purchased 370 acres of land a mere 12 miles from the Grand Forks Air Force Base. They purchased it for $2.3 million. This kind of stuff's going on all over the country. I mean, in light of recent developments, maybe some of this stuff will be halted. Stop it in its tracks. But all right, news break time here on a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. President Biden is declaring the State of the Union is strong. In the second State of the Union address, the president claimed credit for progress made during his first 2 years in office while stressing the job is not yet finished.
Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong.
He had on several key issues, including the economy, Russia's war in Ukraine, reproductive rights, and police reform. The president, who now faces a divided Congress, kicked off the speech by appealing to bipartisanship, telling Republicans he wants to work together instead of fighting for the sake of fighting.
The American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, let at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border.
A California engineer is shedding light on the buildings in Turkey following the country's devastating earthquake. Eric Fuller at the Bueller Engineering in Sacramento was contracted for infrastructure projects in Istanbul. He says there are building codes, but the majority of them aren't enforced, which raises questions on their stability. Fuller said that most of the buildings are concrete-based, and if wood is found, it's not much. He noted California doesn't even have the level of seismic activity that Turkey does. The earthquake also hit Syria and left thousands dead. The Texas man accused of swiping 2 monkeys from the Dallas Zoo says he's released from jail. He'll steal more animals. That's according to an arrest warrant. Davian Irwin admitted to cops he was almost able to steal a leopard from the zoo, but ended up petting it just instead. He was caught at the Dallas World Aquarium, where the employee recognized him from news coverage. Bond is set at $25,000. Kevin Durant is looking for some answers regarding the direction of the Nets franchise in the aftermath of the Kyrie Irving trade. Durant has been engaged in conversations with general manager Sean Marks on the direction of the franchise and its ability to be a championship contender. This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
The top Senate Republicans believe that his party will have a competitive nominating process over the next number of months. Kentucky's Mitch McConnell made that comment as former President Trump is once again running for the White House. Late last year, McConnell told NBC News he believed Trump's political clout had diminished. He said that after a red wave failed to become a reality in the midterm elections. More Memphis police officers are set to face charges in the Tyree Nichols case. The city of Memphis said 7 more officers will be issued a statement of charges for policy violations. That means 13 total officers are facing discipline in the case, including the 6 who've been fired already. 2 Custom and Border Protection agents are sharing their experiences on the southern border with Congress. In testimony before the House Oversight Committee, Agent Gloria Chavez of the Rio Grande Valley sector in Texas said the border is being exploited daily by cartels for human smuggling, narcotics trafficking, and other illegal activities. She explained how cartels are using drone technology for counter-surveillance and to pinpoint where agents are located along the border. Gabby Petito's family is releasing a new selfie of Gabby with a bruised face. It's part of a $50 million lawsuit against the Moab Police Department in Utah. Gabby was murdered by her fiancé during a cross-country trip. The family's attorney says the photos show that Moab police ignored her injuries when they were stopped in Utah in August of 2021. The family argues that if the cops had proper training, they would not have known that she needed immediate protection. I'm Julio Flores. USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problem and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Good to have you on board. Welcome back. Maybe for those just joining us, welcome into a Wednesday. Here we go. Hump Day, as we like to refer to it. Midweek already. Yeah, first full week of February. And good morning to Tom Kelly and TNCRadio.live. The time he sent this email, a little after the midnight hour, it was 70 degrees there in Houston. Feeling like 75. And I'm thinking back, this time last week it was like 40. I said that's probably going to be about the high for the day because cold air's coming in later this morning. Temp's going to drop all day. We are anticipating some big-time storms, plenty of rain, and maybe even some flooding in the Houston metro, especially along I-10 today. Coming up later this morning after the Steve Summers overnight drive, Tuesday nights are ladies' night. That means Wednesday mornings is a great lineup. First up, it's Shannon Courier with the Southern Route. Then imagine becoming a sportscaster at ESPN as a woman before women ever did that. Ann Montgomery was a trailblazer in the sports world, working for ESPN, Network Sports, and announcing the Phoenix Suns over 30 years ago. Join the Huddle with Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro as they interview Ann on Women Road Warriors. Coming up 6 a.m. Eastern this morning. Finally, Sarah Barnes Humphrey brings you the latest in supply chain news you can use on Thoughts and Coffee. There you go. Stay tuned to TNC Radio all day, and we'll keep you updated on the weather, traffic conditions, and check the Trucker Safety Info page for updated radar and National Weather Service reports from around the country. It is expected to be kind of a busy day for severe weather in the South once again. Well, good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir. We'll leave that to somebody else to finish up, though. Come on. Steve. I didn't know I had a circus channel on the television. Definitely a clown show. Steve said this how many times, that these people and the President of the United States tonight look the American people straight in the face and lied, Steve. It's unexcusable. I mean, I get it. You know, there's some times when we don't need to know some things, but man, I'll tell you what got my goat. He was talking about the COVID relief, all the government money put out. And as a result, obviously there's criminals out there, right, that defrauded and scammed the government out of millions and millions of dollars. And Stevie got all upset and angry and shook his fist and raised his voice and said these criminals need to be brought to justice. And I'm thinking to myself, man, we got the man standing at that podium. You know what I'm saying? You know
yeah.
And probably 70% of the people sitting in that room right along with him. On both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
As they say. Unbelievable. Yeah, man. Yeah, Steve McCarthy. Steve, when he talked, he brought up the border, man. There's only one other time, even when Trump was president, I don't think they They were too disrespectful. There was a few times, but I remember when Obama was president, he brought something up. I think it was the first time. I mean, I could be wrong, but somebody screamed out, "Liar!" Well, it happened tonight, Steve, when he brought up the border.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, it wasn't just one person. You know, you heard some people saying it's your fault. You heard some people saying, close the border, close the border. They almost started a chant there for a second. Man, I'm looking, then they cut over to McCarthy, and you can see him, dude. He's like, shh, stop.
You're breaching protocols. Well, that's, Nancy did that when she was speaker as well, right? She tried to shush him, hush, hush, hush.
Yeah. And, man. But yeah, Steve, for them to look at us right in the face and lie to our faces, like look in the camera rather than lie straight to our faces. I mean, Engel brought up some of the lies that they will try to pull the wool over our eyes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Hey, let's go to Memphis for a second.
I was gonna say, if they're gonna be disciplining 13, I mean, what do you think? Am I right thinking that there may be some problems all the way to the top, or what's your take?
Well, I tell you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, 2 different types of investigations: a criminal investigation and an administrative investigation. And now, when you start seeing people getting disciplined that weren't even on scene.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting Steve, they're getting disciplined. Come on, man. Ears got to start buckling up here. What's going on? Steve, for this man, like Eagle was saying, to take a picture of this dude after they whooped him up. Steve, that's like a hunter going out and getting an 18-point deer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bagging his deer for the year.
To send it out to all of his deer hunting friends. Look what I got.
Yep. Lay the weapon across the horns and take a snapshot. Take a selfie of your bagged game there. What he was doing, Steve. I'm telling you, makes me think that this was a targeted attack. More I hear about the cheating going on, maybe, right? The first story, Steve, I'm telling you, are they going to try to cover this up if this, in fact, is true? They would like, the family members would like to cover it up because they don't want that to come out. It kind of taints their son's name. I get that. And, Steve, the police department would like to probably cover that up, and the cops themselves probably wouldn't want that to come out, because if it does come out, what does that show, Steve? Premeditation.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if they can cover it up, Steve. I'm thinking there's a lot of people getting disciplined because they're pulling them in like I said they would. What do you know about the gang targeting this gentleman because he was cheating with his ex-wife?
Mm-hmm.
And the guys are either clamming up, not talking, trying to cover some things up here. I don't know. Things that just make you go, Or some of them might be coming out and saying, yeah, we knew about it, but they didn't do anything about it, Steve. Yeah, we knew they were going to target him. It's just a matter of time before they get him. We knew it. I don't know. We shall see. Steve, there's no doubt in my mind now that they were following that balloon. They knew that balloon was up there before it ever even entered into Alaska or our airspace. They knew it.
Yep.
And they weren't going to say anything about it, Steve. They were just going to let that thing float right across the country. Mum's the word. It's our little secret.
Until people in Montana, it's kind of we said like last night. So all of a sudden, people were posting videos. The guy in Montana, I'm sitting in my driveway. What's this thing up here? And we've got a ground stop at our airport. What is this?
Yes, sir. You know, the Pentagon was like, gun it.
Yep.
Damn it. What are we going to do? And that buffoon for, man, I hate talking bad against the military, Steve. Man, I'm telling you. This guy comes out here, this Air Force general, and gives that press conference he gave. Are you kidding me, man? What a joke. American people want to know where it's at. You just look up in the sky. Take us for a bunch of idiots. Steve, the only reason they shot that thing down is because even CNN, everybody in this country was saying, why in the hell ain't they shooting this thing down? The only reason they did it. If somebody wouldn't have seen this thing, and if it wouldn't have never made public, Steve,
we would have never heard about it. Yep.
We never heard about it. That thing would have flew across our country. Nobody been the wiser. And how many more would come over?
And now, do you believe the scenario where they're trying to say we pieced together after this one, we went back and I guess what they're looking at previous radar or whatever, and they're saying we have come to the conclusion that this occurred 3 times under Trump, and it occurred apparently 4 months ago, and they're just piecing that together now. I mean, I don't buy that either.
I'm not buying that. I remember one of the first nights I commented on this thing. I said, you know what? If they didn't know this thing was up there and getting in our airspace, we got problems.
Yeah.
The amount of technology out there, Steve, and they didn't know this thing was up there. Come on. Ain't buying that for 1 second. I was born at night, but not last night. Steve, I'm telling you, man, might be a good thing that this got public, because if it didn't get public, and what happens when there's 100 of these things floating this way?
Yep.
If we would have never known about this, what would the administration still do? Still keep their mouth shut and just let all 100 of them float across our country? Scary stuff.
Well, they tried to say it didn't pose a threat. It wasn't acting in a threatening manner.
How's a balloon acting a threatening manner?
You think? Yep.
Listen, that thing probably had some, when I said maybe propeller, some kind of propulsion system on it, little jets, little boosters on it or something they could have fired up and moved that thing around. This one maybe didn't have any payload on it.
But the next one could, yeah.
Yeah. And we don't know. Steve, the thing is that, like I said the other night, China has been at war with us for a long time. And, Steve, they are winning. The psychological warfare that they are doing in this country. They got our children, our education system, worrying about, telling kids they got to be more worried about if they're a boy or a girl, if a girl is a boy. Our education system is in the tubes. What did we read off a couple months ago about the number of kids that can read on their grade level, the number of kids that are graduating? Steve, it's bad. What's happening over in China, though, Steve? Them young children over there are becoming geniuses, Steve. They are teaching them kids over there the right way to teach kids. Their kids over there aren't watching TikTok videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not worried about what gender they are. They are learning. And they're going to be the next scientist and the next physicist. These people are going to be smart. Steve, these Chinese are not. Dumb down the Americans. Dumb them down to the point where they're just flat out stupid, and the whole rest of the world will look at the United States like we're the buffoons. Wow. What a mess. Unbelievable. Hate to say it, Steve. This could be, you know, I don't know if we can dig out of this hole or not.
So the whole premise of saying, because like much of last year we were saying, well, November can't get here quick enough. November, you know, we got 2 more years of this, and then who knows what happens in 24.
Steve, do you remember a couple of years ago I told you I went to that seminar about Bosnia, Russia? Russian takeover was the Russian extreme Islamists took over a school over there. A lot of people got killed.
Yep.
A lot of kids got killed. And man, that was an eye opener, Steve. It was a special force guy that came in and put this seminar on for the bomb squad, and he showed us some evidence that was collected overseas. Do you remember me telling you that these extremists, Muslim extremists, that they don't think in 5, 10, 15 years? Remember me telling you that?
Absolutely.
2 years ago?
You said they think in hundreds of years.
Yeah. Same way with the Chinese, Steve. They got goals for 50, 100 years out. They don't think in 4 years like we do. Their children, Steve, think of this. In just the Asian population, the civilians over there to begin with, do they disrespect their parents, Steve? Are you kidding me?
Right.
That's the last. That family means everything over. If you embarrass or disrespect your family, you commit hara-kiri. And we got these kids running around in this country shooting up the neighborhoods.
Yeah, spitting on their parents.
Spitting on their parents. The way these kids talk, and it's all by design, Steve. All by design by these people. Break down the American family, and you lose all that. It's all gone. You got generations of kids being raised without no parents or with one parent. Not saying that one parent can't be a good parent. But when you got kids being raised in a home where you got several men coming in and out of these apartments, drinking 40s all night, slinging dope all night long, carrying guns, talking the way they do, every other word is a cuss word that comes. I never cussed in front of my kids. I might have slipped a few times, but Steve, I tried not to cuss in front of my kids. You got 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds throwing out words that I didn't even know of. My dad didn't cuss in front of me. I mean, he gets mad and slip and say a couple things once in a while, but it wasn't like just every word out of your mouth. You're talking like a sailor. All right, my man. Let's, keep our fingers crossed and see what happens here. All I can say, Steve, is you know what? I don't know if it was Moose or who said this several months ago, but man, you know what? Honestly, I can say my lifetime, I lived a pretty decent life. You know, grew up in the 60s and 70s, life really wasn't all that bad back then. You know, we had the house, we had the 2 cars, we had the dog and the cat to kick, you know, went on family vacations pretty much every year. Life was good.
Yeah.
That's all most Americans want, just to be left alone and enjoy life. And so, you know, if I drop dead tomorrow, man, I can't really complain, to be honest about it. So let's hope things get better for our next generation of kids.
For the kids and the grandkids. And
Yes,
on
sir.
down. Yeah.
All right, with that said, everybody be safe and hammer down.
Good to hear from Pappy. All right, news break just around the corner here. Yeah, and I had from, who was this? At this point, they're saying everything the Biden team says about the spy balloon just seems to makes the problem worse. Of course, one of the biggest questions throughout the entirety was, why wasn't it shot down earlier? For example, over the Aleutian Islands near Alaska, or over any of those less populated areas, Alaska, Canada, Montana, that it traversed all those areas. Yeah, now they're out with this comment that they're not actually helping themselves. Yeah, they had earlier claimed they didn't have a water shot. Well, that answer has now evolved even further. Yeah, according to the Department of Defense, we didn't have time to shoot down the balloon right after it crossed into Alaskan waters. It didn't present a physical threat, like Pappy said. What kind of how's a balloon what is a threatening man or a physical threat? That was the quote from this Glenn Van Herk, the commander of NORAD and U.S. Northcom. I could not take immediate action because it was not demonstrating hostile intent, he said. Did he actually say that? You let a spy balloon from a hostile foreign power enter our airspace with God knows what intention because it wasn't demonstrating a hostile intent? How exactly in the hell do you judge that? I mean, wait till it gets where it's going and drops something, or? All right, hold that. We come back after the news break.
USA News Update. Michael Jackson's estate is preparing to make a massive deal for half of its catalog. TMZ is reporting Michael Jackson's estate is considering selling a 50% interest for nearly $900 million. There appears to be a talk of a sale happening between the estate and Sony, which is Jackson's long-term label. Reports say the sale would only go down if the estate maintains total control and management over the catalog. If actualized, it would be the biggest deal ever in the music catalog market. A Michigan man says he was left with a $1,000 bill after his 6-year-old son ordered a virtual smorgasbord of food from several restaurants last weekend, leading to a string of unexpected deliveries. Keith Stonehouse said the food piled up quickly at his Detroit area home Saturday night after he let his son Mason use his cell phone to play a game before bed. He said the youngster instead used his father's Grubhub account to order food from one restaurant after another. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Pick right back up there. It is 844-844-3388. We left off with the asinine comment that it wasn't demonstrating a hostile intent. You say, what do you do? You wait till it gets where it's going and drop something? Bob Hodge outlined any number of things a balloon could be involved in. And we talked earlier in the week about including an EMP attack. Do they have to hold up a sign or something that says, we come to attack you? We come to spy on you? I mean, be honest, that really seems like an insane reaction. Not to mention it's a signal to our enemies that we are risk averse and won't do the basic things you need to protect the country. Someone suggested, how long would a U.S. balloon last if it was entering Chinese airspace? Right? They're going to let it traverse the country? But it gets worse. Northcom Chief General Van Herk says, this thing was up to 200 feet tall, a payload the size of a jetliner. A jetliner, it weighed in excess of a couple thousand pounds, and potentially carried explosives to detonate and destroy the balloon. Now, he's saying it was that big with potential explosives but they didn't see any hostile intent. You can't have it both ways, right? But we didn't have any issue with letting it float over the country for more than a week. I mean, is that a crazy explanation? And I mean, you can't help it what the real answer is and why nothing actually makes sense. I mean, did they tell Joe Biden right away, and he's the guy that was talking about no hostile intent and said don't take it down or don't take the shot? Van Herk also said one other important piece of information. He said the U.S. intel agencies, quote, pieced together through additional means of intel that there had been 3 prior undetected incursions. Okay, it just keeps changing. Once again, now, is it 3? Is it 4? What about the one 4 months ago that was over Hawaii that's been reported? Yeah, supposedly they're now saying there were 3 under Trump, 1 under Biden that were undetected. How could they go undetected given our ability to supposedly detect things? Is he saying we can't detect a slow-moving balloon of that size? It's pretty much what he came right out and said. His quote was, I will tell you, this is General Van Herk who said, I will tell you we did not detect those threats, and that's a domain awareness gap we have to figure out. Yeah, they became aware due to additional means of intel collections. What did the incursions involve? Was there any spying? How's the community, the intel community, reaching that conclusion? Or did they just drop this to cover Biden's posterior, cover his ass because of all the backlash? Anyway, so more questions than answers, and the plot just thickens. Hey, Daryl on board. What's happening, Daryl?
Good morning. How are you?
Happy Hump Day, Mike.
How's the family?
Doing well, doing well.
Have you thrown away your Vienna sausage yet?
I did. Seeing as it actually had the code on the bottom of the recall, I just tossed them in the trash.
I'm telling you, if you'd taken an RC Cola with that, it would have killed all that listeria.
Yeah, I was thinking I had eaten a can out of because I buy them 3 or 4 cans at a time. I had eaten a can a couple of weeks ago, and I was fine, so they probably weren't bad.
We used to take those fishing with us, or hunting when we hunted out and rabbits and stuff. And they was always tasty with crackers.
Yep.
And an RC Cola. Pappy was talking about the respect that the Asians have for their parents. A Korean lady called me one day and wanted me to look at the ceiling in her kitchen, and there was a big water spot over the top of her kitchen. She wanted to know what that was. And I said, I believe somebody's been taking a shower and not putting the curtain in the tub, and water's going down the heat vent and coming down on your kitchen ceiling. And she said that would be my 85-year-old father who's visiting from Seoul, Korea. And I said, well, tell him to put the shower curtain inside the tub when he takes a shower. She said, I cannot correct my father.
Yeah.
That's how much respect they have for their parents.
Wow.
And then in the insurance business, there is they go by the law of large numbers. There's about 3 million people die each year in the United States. They don't know the names of these people, but they know the ages of these people. They know how many 50-year-olds, how many 3-year-olds, how many 13-year-olds, how many 80-year-olds are going to die each year. It's the law of large numbers. And there's a test that you have to take to be able to be one of these mathematicians. The Americans can only pass 6 of these exams. There's 10 of them. And Asians can pass all 10. And the insurance companies hire these Asian technologists and graduates from the University of Cincinnati and the University of Indiana to be these mathematicians for the insurance companies. And I found that very interesting. And then when I was a boy, I used to get toys that I played with, and on the side of those toys it said "Made in Occupied Japan." And that's when we were controlling Japan, and they still made toys for children in the United States, but every one of them was stamped with "Made in Occupied Japan." And I put on Facebook the other day, I wonder if our great-grandchildren will be playing with toys that are stamped "Made in Occupied China." As goofy as we are with this balloon, I understood there was another balloon coming up from South America, and that the Chinese had already warned the United States Army about that balloon.
I know it crossed Colombia, and they were saying like what Latin America. China admitted that was one of theirs, and they pretty much said the same thing about it, that it's a civilian balloon that got blown off course. It's not totally not for spying, you know.
It's probably got a lawn chair on the bottom of it, and somebody's been riding in it. I was interested in you saying that the VIP thing at the truck show was going to have Nemo as one of the speakers.
Now that wasn't at the truck show. That was going to be a special concert in Knoxville, Tennessee. That's coming up. What month was it? Not at the Louisville Truck Show, but yeah, Nemo's normally there at the Mid America. He's been there. I didn't actually see him last year, but yeah, he's been there. Typically, he broadcasts kind of like we do.
My son lives in Louisville, and I go down and we take in the truck show usually on a Friday. And I went by your booth one day, and it looked like you'd been up all night long. You were interviewing people, and you looked wore out. That was the year that the one-armed guy got his truck stop named after him.
Oh, Monkey Gouger, right? That was the first year of the Citizen Driver Award. So I'm thinking that was that 2015, I think.
It was back a few years ago. But I talked to Monkey Gouger. He was standing there dressed in a suit, and I talked to him for a few minutes. He was one sharp dude. And then later on, I bought his book and read his life story.
Right.
And, that was very interesting. He has made some miles, and he's made some smiles, and he has really been the consummate trucker out on the highway. But it is interesting to meet those kind of men and know what contribution they've made to trucking. Well, I'll let you go. I just wanted to say hello this early morning and let you know you had listeners out here on the radio line.
I'm glad to know that, because I know, Lord knows I need them. I wouldn't be here without you. So thank you very much, Daryl. And that year would have been 2014. I had to get up. You can't see them on the camera, but I've got the Citizen Driver Award. All the judges would get a plaque, and it was kind of an honorary judge. And I've got all the plaques on the wall there. And 2014 was the very first year of the Citizen Driver Award. So that's when you got to meet Monkey Gouger there. Man, and this is 2020. It's almost been 10 years. And I got the plaques for 2014, 15, 16. When I got 2017 showed up in the FedEx box, and they actually had glass framed, and the glass was all shattered. So that one's not on the wall. And then in 2019, they changed over from the plaques to the little, looks like a little trophy thing that's sitting in front of me, that glass trophy. It's honorary judge for the Citizen Driver Award nominations. All right, so what do we see here? China. While we're on that topic, one other thing in regards to China, and talking about how they're infiltrating. Had you heard reports about a Chinese police station here in the United States? I had seen a couple of headlines, and what do you mean a Chinese police station in the United States? It's real. The Chinese police station in New York City's Chinatown that was actually apparently raided last fall by the FBI. Yeah, the State Department now says they've shut it down. This office was tucked away on the third floor of a 6-story building, reportedly part of a network of Chinese police outposts around the world that officials say China could be using to spy on foreign countries and keep tabs on their people abroad. Spying. The FBI raided it last fall, seized materials from one of the secretive operations for the first time known to public. Now, a State Department spokesman has said that the station is no more. The FBI has confirmed that the overseas police station in New York, linked to Fuzhou, has closed. That's according to a State Department spokesperson in an emailed statement to the National Review. The New York Times reported that the outpost was set up by the Chinese city of Fuzhou. Results of the FBI search still not clear. Spokesperson did not clarify when the station closed, but added that we take this issue very seriously and that the department's working with U.S. allies to combat Chinese repression abroad. Now, more than 100 of the so-called Chinese police outposts have been identified around the world. One human rights group known Safeguard Defenders, China says the outposts are mainly staffed by volunteers who help Chinese nationals. But reporting indicates they also collect intelligence, solve crimes without involving local authorities, and even persuade people to return to China. According to the Times, FBI Director Christopher Wray said back in November that he was very concerned about these outposts, which he called police stations. It's outrageous to think that the Chinese police would attempt to set up shop, in New York, without proper coordination. This violates sovereignty and circumvents standard judicial and law enforcement cooperation. Okay. What do you mean? Do you think they care? What do they care about? Sovereignty? All right, can't make this stuff up. But that's China. A police station in New York, in Chinatown, no less. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
What the hey? While we're on the subject of China, I might as well share one more China-related story from this past day. Who is our number one adversary? Yeah, most of my life growing up, it was the Cold War era, Russia. Yeah, Russia, the Cold War, right? That was our biggest threat. And for many, over the years, China's, they've become more friendly, right? Yeah, we allowed them into the World Trade Organization, and look at the billions or trillions that we've now spent literally helping to build up the Chinese military. A top U.S. military official tells Congress that China has surpassed the United States in land-based intercontinental range missile launchers. The Wall Street Journal attributed the information to a January 26th letter from the commander of U.S. Strategic Command to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee. The number of land-based fixed and mobile ICBM launchers in China exceeds the number of launchers in the United States, according to the commander. The journal noted the letter came as the U.S. is dealing with how to deter Russia's nuclear forces and China's nuclear arsenal. Of course, at a time when tensions have increased between the U.S. and China over the spy balloon. The Insider reported the China spy balloon was operating near a base that houses 150 Minuteman II intercontinental ballistic missiles. That's what we were saying about crossing Montana. Are they searching out? Are they mapping, looking to pinpoint strategic coordinates? What was China up to, right? China is rapidly approaching parity with the United States, says Representative Mike Rogers, chairman of the House Armed Services Committee. We cannot allow that to happen. The time is for us to adjust our force posture and increase capabilities to meet this threat is right now. The Pentagon said in a policy document last year that by the year 2030, the U.S. will, for the first time, face two major nuclear powers as strategic competitors and potential adversaries. Yeah, China, Russia, if they coming together, and that for all practical purposes, that appears to be the case. The communists, they're all together. All right, quickly back to the calls here. See what's going on with Scarecrow this morning. Morning, Scarecrow. Do we have Scarecrow?
Yeah, there we are. Don't drop me. Don't run away.
Don't hit the dynamite. What's going on?
Wasn't it Richard Nixon that paid the visit to China that opened up the trade gates and whatnot?
Sounds about right, yeah.
I believe, I remember at the time, and I'm sure nobody foresaw such a trade deficit ever coming around. Sure, everybody figured, wow, there's another outlet for American production and whatnot. Boy, where's everybody wrong on that chord? Thinking about how time passes by. It was only a couple weeks back I was explaining to the bride about how Monkey Gallagher overcome his little bitty physical issue there, and about the truck stop, being named after him. And I wouldn't have figured more than 4 or 5 years back. Man, that time has certainly ticked by.
Right.
Yeah, we'll dwell on China and the balloon a little bit more. The only reason we know that balloon is there was that the general public started
Correct.
reporting
Yeah.
sightings
Yep.
of it. I think we talked about this before, so the feds, they had to finally fess up to that part. But no, it was cool. I saw the image of the U-2 out of Beale that came out to take a peek at it there. You do a search, Google search, Steve, and this is no doubt propaganda on China's part. I think it was in 2018. And they released an image of a balloon, and it has 3 hypersonic missiles suspended under it. Now, like I say, that was propaganda at that time. Well, now we're in the real world, and I don't think that's such a far-fetched possibility there. I mentioned last night the F-22 program is coming to an end, and that's the very reason, the hypersonic era. The F-22 cannot keep up with that. So the United States is moving into that area too. But no, there's more to it than
So
than a weather balloon.
is the F-35? I mean, that's our supposed to be latest and greatest. Is that going to be able to keep up with that? Yeah, hold that thought, because as I look at the clock, it's time to pause there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. President Biden is declaring the State of the Union is strong. In the second State of the Union address, the president claimed credit for progress made during his first 2 years in office while stressing the job is not yet finished.
Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong.
He had on several key issues, including the economy, Russia's war in Ukraine, reproductive rights, and police reform. The president, who now faces a divided Congress, kicked off the speech by appealing to bipartisanship, telling Republicans he wants to work together instead of fighting for the sake of fighting.
American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border.
A California engineer is shedding light on the buildings in Turkey following the country's devastating earthquake. Eric Fuller at the Buehler Engineering in Sacramento was contracted for infrastructure projects in Istanbul. He says there are building codes, but the majority of them aren't enforced, which raises questions on their stability. Fuller said that most of the buildings are concrete-based, and if wood is found, it's not much. He noted California doesn't even have the level of seismic activity that Turkey does. The earthquake also hit Syria and left thousands dead. The Texas man accused of swiping 2 monkeys from the Dallas Zoo says he's released from jail. He'll steal more animals. That's according to an arrest warrant. Davian Irwin admitted to cops he was almost able to steal a leopard from the zoo, but ended up petting it just instead. He was caught at the Dallas World Aquarium, where the employee recognized him from news coverage. Bond is set at $25,000. Kevin Durant is looking for some answers regarding the direction of the Nets franchise in the aftermath of the Kyrie Irving trade. Durant has been engaged in conversations with general manager Sean Marks on the direction of the franchise and its ability to be a championship contender. This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
The top Senate Republicans believe that his party will have a competitive nominating process over the next number of months. Kentucky's Mitch McConnell made that comment as former President Trump is once again running for the White House. Late last year, McConnell told NBC News he believed Trump's political clout had diminished. He said that after a red wave failed to become a reality in the midterm elections. More Memphis police officers are set to face charges in the Tyree Nichols case. The city of Memphis said 7 more officers will be issued a statement of charges for policy violations. That means 13 total officers are facing discipline in the case, including the 6 who've been fired already. 2 Custom and Border Protection agents are sharing their experiences on the southern border with Congress. In testimony before the House Oversight Committee, Agent Gloria Chavez of the Rio Grande Valley sector in Texas said the border is being exploited daily by cartels for human smuggling, narcotics trafficking, and other illegal activities. She explained how cartels are using drone technology for counter-surveillance and to pinpoint where agents are located along the border. Gabby Petito's family is releasing a new selfie of Gabby with a bruised face. It's part of a $50 million lawsuit against the Moab Police Department in Utah. Gabby was murdered by her fiancé during a cross-country trip. The family's attorney says the photos show that Moab police ignored her injuries when they were stopped in Utah in August of 2021. The family argues that if the cops had proper training, they would not have known that she needed immediate protection. I'm Julio Flores. USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF Regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, that would be my cue to kick it off for another hour. Welcome into a Wednesday. Everybody on the same page now. As we cross the midnight hour on the West Coast there. Hope your week's going well. We're into midweek already. Hump day, as we call it. As we gear up for a fast-paced storm that will spawn severe weather across the southern states, but at the same time will have a snowy side as cold air clashes with the northern flank of this storm. Not talking about a significant snowstorm, but it's going to cause some headaches for travelers and some disruptions for a lot of folks. It's been kind of a topsy-turvy start to February through the Midwest. Temperatures dipping below zero across much of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, northern Illinois on Friday the 3rd. Then warming back up to the 40s and 50s just 3 days later. But here comes, winter makes a comeback during this latter part of the week as this gathering storm expands northward across the central states. The duration of the snow, less than 24 hours for most areas, but enough snow could still fall to bring out the plows from northern Missouri through the UP of Michigan. During that time, the snowfall rates might be pretty intense, so dangerous travel. Snow begins to fall before sunrise Thursday in parts of Iowa, Wisconsin, with the snow expanding northeastward through the day. There's going to be a pretty widespread 3 to 6 inch accumulation from central Iowa up into Michigan. The largest totals will be in a rather small zone over central Wisconsin, just north of Madison. Could see up to maybe 14 inches there. There's going to be a sharp cutoff between rain and several inches of snow that's going to set up probably close to the border of Iowa and Illinois and across southern Wisconsin. Madison situated close to that rain-snow boundary, so precip may start as plain old rain early Thursday, and temperatures are going to fall. Rain will transition to a heavy snow briefly. Right now, they're looking maybe up to 3 inches in Madison. There's a caveat. If the rain sticks around longer, the numbers would drop as far as the snow. But, the timing could create a sloppy Thursday evening commute across the city as well as Green Bay and La Crosse, Wisconsin. Accumulating snow probably won't reach Minneapolis or Duluth. Could see some flurries or a brief snow shower late Thursday and on into maybe Thursday night for those areas. So the good news is it's a pretty quick moving storm. So precip moves in and out in fairly short order. It's going to be mainly rain for Chicago. It could end with a few flakes there. Best chance for snow in Chicago is going to be like Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. They're not anticipating any real accumulation. If it does accumulate, it'll be on like elevated surfaces, grassy areas, things of that nature. All right, we left off with Scarecrow there. We're talking military and the hypersonic era, the F-22. And I mentioned F-35. That's the latest, greatest, is it not?
Well, there's a little misconception there, Steve. I too originally thought that was a predecessor to the Raptor, just a single engine version. But I don't think there's hardly anything that's very special about the 35. They a prime example. Well, what I don't even pretend to be all things Air Force as far as knowledge goes here, but I get a lot from my kids, but everything else is what I get online. And the Raptor, that has all internal weapons bays. There's no weapons exposed, so the radar image is practically nothing. It's as stealthy as one gets. Where the 35, they are hung out on the wings and fuselage and such. The F-35 was built as a joint strike, meaning we'll share it with foreign countries and such. And I just learned this a couple of days back. The Raptor was never ever to be shared with a foreign entity, in that the technology, the stealth technology and such about that plane are so concerned that it would fall into the enemy's hands, although given the spies and whatnot within the country and internally, most of that technology is probably already known. But and this comes from, I think it said in whatever year it was, we sold F-16s to Israel, and they came up with another predecessor of their own to that, and they turned around, and now this is just what I've read, Steve. They turned around and sold the F-16 technology to China. Now, whether that's fact or not, I don't know. But regardless, the Raptor and the stealth, program there, that's totally ours. I think there was even legislation that would not allow, military suppliers and whatnot to share any of that, with China or Soviet Union or anybody, really. So yeah, that was a education for myself just the other day. And then thinking about the speech last night, going into work last night, I thought, oh boy, it must have been a fire and brimstone speech he had for the petroleum industry. That gasoline price had dropped 30 cents overnight at our place, but it's humorous. Now, listening to what he wants from Congress, it's like he's blaming Congress for the border crisis down there right now. You hear him say, "Please provide funding for my my war, my efforts to secure the border." Well, what the hell is that? There's going to be finger pointing right up and down the line here, and on our evening news, our local newly elected Republican representative, they asked what he wanted to hear. Well, it's what we all wanted to hear. You'd like to see, self-sufficiency, on the energy, level as we had prior to this administration. Southern border, They need to be secured because we can't sustain, things as they are right now. Financially, it's just going to destroy the country. And I don't remember what the third thing was, but so either way, yeah, the era of the balloon, it's intriguing that it's simple technology, yet look at how technical it can become there, Steve. I don't think we've heard the last of this, although we're maybe getting tired of the current conversation. I think there's going to be more coming out of it. Regardless, I guess that's all I really got to
Everybody
vent with you at the moment.
Everybody curious to know what they're going to pull from the ocean floor there off the coast. What will they divulge exactly? What that they found there. If there were any sort of explosives attached, and what kind of technology and cameras they had on the thing.
Well, and that was mentioned yesterday already. They said it appeared to have a self-destruct,
right,
feasibility to it. Well, would that not indicate there's explosives of some type on board? So yeah, I did chuckle earlier in the program. You were reading something some general or whatever had stated about allowing it to land in the ocean. And part of it, Steve, was regarding the ocean floor, that it's generally wet. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
And
Steve.
I was reading the quote. I mean, it's sandy and soft, and it's wet. At the same time, I mean, I've heard over the years that landing on water at a high rate of speed it's almost like running into a brick wall itself. And I mean, it's the impact. You'd think water would be a softer landing, but I mean, if you do a belly flop from 60,000 feet, you'd probably explode like a balloon.
Oh yeah, that's why an airplane landing on water, it's impact, right? Unless that plane is hitting it just right, so it can skate across the water.
Skim across.
Yeah, you're right. They say it is. They say it is like hitting a wall and whatnot. So I'm going to have to go to work here now, Steve. So.
Okay, have a good morning.
Yeah.
Thank you for checking in there. Hey, who else on board? Well, there he is. 5-7 says, "Oh, okay, I'm up. I'm in my pillow robe, scratching my arse, and freshly brewed coffee in hand. Yeah, checking out the door of my 87 Dodge Ram, setting out in the barn that I haven't run in 2 months, but is filled with Hot Shot Secret FR3 and Gold Eagle stabilizer. Yeah, the wife's drug dealer, I guess, a.k.a. her doctor, refused to refill her prescription until they see her. So I'm home at the Home 20. Little Green is cold iron this morning. A.k.a., I guess, awaiting the sun to come up so they can get the wife to see the doctor to refill her prescriptions. Hired Gun, checking in from Northwest Georgia. NASA and JPL, among others, routinely track space debris smaller than the size of a dime, 400 miles above the Earth. Nobody can convince me that we did not detect a foreign object the size of a regional jet anywhere in our airspace within a matter of minutes. Yeah. Valid point. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, meanwhile, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will soon be asking the public for feedback on the effectiveness of side underride guards on trailers and semi-trailers. All right, it's been a week or so ago. The notice sent to the White House Office of Management and Budget for review, an advance notice of proposed rulemaking regarding side underride guards is expected to reach the Federal Register sometime late this month, they tell us. This would consider requirements for side underride guards on trailers and semi-trailers to mitigate underride crashes into the sides of these vehicles. The summary statement said this ruling would respond in part to a September 12, 2013 petition for rulemaking from Marianne Karth and the Truck Safety Coalition to start studies and rulemakings on side guards and front override guards on trucks. So here we are 10 years later. The 2021 infrastructure law included a provision requiring the DOT to complete research on side underride guards to understand better the overall effectiveness. The report would be tasked with assessing the feasibility, the benefits, the costs, and any effects on intermodal equipment, freight mobility, and freight capacity associated with installing side underride guards on newly manufactured trailers and semi-trailers with a gross vehicle rating of 10,000 pounds or more. This will be a step toward fulfilling this requirement. It's also expected that the comments will help inform the agency whether or not to move forward with a rulemaking mandating side guards. OOIDA's take on the matter is against any push toward an eventual mandate. They say this would be impractical and costly, thus outweighing any perceived safety benefits. They've worked to prevent bills requiring side underride guards for years. All right, so we've been there, done that, but probably a few weeks away. There's another on the agenda for 2023. All of a sudden, the FMCSA is just busy, 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 one mandate after another, aren't they? Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today? Everybody doing okay?
Doing all right. What's happening?
I'm just driving down here on I-4. I'm down here by Universal right now. The question was brought up a little bit earlier if we had anything that would catch one of them hypersonic things. No. The only thing we even had close that somebody piloted is retired now, and that was the SR-71. I think even the 117 stealth fighter couldn't even catch up to a hypersonic. Hypersonic missiles are they go about between 1,700 and 1,900 miles an hour. And I don't think we have anything in our arsenal that will even come close to catching that unless it's a drone or it's another missile. So, have you seen all the things with Ukraine and how they're taking out those Russian missiles with drones and stuff? That's the future right there, Steve. You don't even need a guy in a plane anymore. I know it's funny. I know everybody out there seen the new Maverick, the Top Gun movie. In the beginning, he talks about, you're a relic, you're going to be replaced. Well, sad but true, but that's the only thing that'll catch anything at that speed. So I don't think we have anything. As far as our hypersonic program goes, I don't think our hypersonic program is nowhere near what the Chinese or Russia's doing. And they are working together on the hypersonic stuff. So what do you think about it, buddy?
I think the future is indeed like everything else. I mean, you're going to have somebody sitting in a room in a darkened room with joysticks controlling these drones, which they call them drones, but some of these so-called drones are more like the size of an actual fighter plane.
Absolutely. I mean, the drones, any of our aircraft that we have now could be made into a drone. I mean, it would take a little bit of engineering, but it could be done. It could be done, and there's a lot of technology that we don't know about that's already been out there as far as drones go. The big thing is getting it on the deal and getting it into place, and a lot of that stuff has been tested. Even hypersonics. Hypersonics has only been really in the ball game that we know of, as we've heard about it, in the last 3 to 4 years. I mean, if you look at it, we really haven't heard a lot about hypersonics, but within the last 3 to 4 years, as far as the media goes and what we've learned on the web. But the technology's been there for a long time. I mean, the SR-71 is proof of that. SR-71 is a ramjet. It doesn't burn fuel, it burns air. The more air you put into it, the faster that daggone thing goes, and they never pushed it to its limits totally. I mean, they pushed it to its limits as far as a human controlling it, but they never pushed it to its limits as far as it being controlled like in a remote situation.
Right.
So there's a lot of things out there. One of my good questions, Steve, and I know this one here is gonna probably bring up spark a little bit in everybody. Steve, do you think that we as the United States, if we had a situation like Ukraine, where you had Russia and China coming at us, and I'm not talking nuclear stuff, I'm just talking like in the sense of like what you see in Ukraine with Russia, do you think we could handle that as a nation?
Boy, based on the sheer numbers, as far as the Chinese military, I mean, how many they outnumber us? Buku, big time. But we'll come back, pick up that thought after this.
USA News Update. LeBron James is now the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. He needed 36 points to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and finished with 38 in Tuesday night's loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. LeBron James now has 38,390 points in his 20-year career. He broke the record on a jump shot late in the third quarter, then was greeted by his teammates, family, and Kareem himself in a ceremony at Center Court in Los Angeles. The death toll for the massive earthquake in Turkey and Syria is rising at a rapid pace. At last report, well over 7,000 people were dead. Thousands more are injured in both countries. The Church of England is looking into using gender-neutral terms for God. A commission will be launched after some priests asked about using more inclusive pronouns. But the priests in the church have questioned the need for changing standards that have been in place for thousands of years. A spokesperson for the church said that while God is neither male nor female, there are no plans to abolish or substantially revise current liturgies. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. 4-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back here. Let's get to, thanks for hanging in there, Philip. Yeah, where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, we're talking about, if we had to face off against the like. What is the standing army of China? I mean, it's 5 or 10 times greater than our standing army.
It's huge. I mean, if you looked at the numbers, Steve, just the numbers between Russia and China, and they're really, I mean, they're in that part of the world. They're together. They're a lot more together than we are. You know, I mean, you look at where we're at. How many countries other than us? I mean, what, Canada? Canada's the only thing that's close to we're even close to what they've got over there. And I was thinking about that the other day, the sheer numbers of it. If you took out nuclear weapons and you took out your aircraft, and our navies pretty close to each other. I mean, China's probably got, well, I know they've got a lot more stuff than Russia does now. But, you know, if you looked at it, just the sheer, like, just land force type stuff happening, like what's going on in Ukraine, because that's the only thing you could be compared to. I don't think we would win. I really don't. And it's sad but true. I mean, look how many kids are coming out of high school and have registered for the draft. I bet you there's nobody registering anymore, Steve. I mean, if you look at the numbers, everybody is reliant on something in the United States. I'm all for freedom. I love freedom, but you got to see that you can't be always reliant on somebody to take care of security for you. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the reason why the gun issue is the way it is. You know, because a lot of people want to secure themselves. You know, what do you think, Steve?
Looking at the numbers, China has, last 2022, China had about 2 million active soldiers. 2 million. So, I mean, I guess it would all come down to who's got the home field advantage, right? I mean, you wouldn't want to face off against a 2 million strong standing army on their turf.
Absolutely. And that's something that I see too. And to be quite frank about it, Steve, look at the mentality of what's going on in America today. We don't have a fight mentality anymore. We lost the fight mentality a long time ago. And we need to get that back. We really do. I mean, we were starting to get it back with Trump. And I'm not trying to beat on the wagon and being a Trump guy and all this and I'm this and that. But no, it's like this. We need to bring the fight back in this country. We've lost the fight in this country. If we come down to a situation where we had to go hand to hand, we'd lose. And I hate to say it that way, but it's just the way it is. I mean, you look at the numbers. The gentleman talked about the numbers earlier. There's your numbers right there. I mean, why did Japan come on us like Pearl Harbor like they did? Because of numbers. You know, so. But that's pretty much what I got today, Steve. I just thought I'd bring that out. I know it's going to spark a lot of interest in a lot of people, and hopefully it does, and we need to get to that. So, but you have a good day, bud. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I'm looking at the numbers, comparison, you know, side by side. I guess we've got more military personnel than I realized. I mean, military size by country, 2023. So I guess the most latest numbers. China at number one, with 2.2 million active duty, 660,000 paramilitary, and 1.2 million reserves. So they're talking 4 million personnel. India with 1.5 million active duty, 2.5 million paramilitary, 1.2 million reserves, a total personnel of 5.1 million. United States at number three, 1.4 million active duty, 0 paramilitary, 845,000 reserves, for a total of 2.2 million total personnel. But just look at the population size with China, 1.4 billion people. The same with India, 1.4 billion. U.S. population, 339, almost 340 million. But based on population, big difference there. But all right, 844-3388. Inbred Redneck. Hello, computer. There he is.
What do you know, big buddy?
Hey, we're playing radio. What's happening in your world?
Oh, buddy, still working on some papers here for my schooling and whatnot, and been doing ciphering and everything else, buddy. How many CB antennas did you get over the weekend, buddy?
I lost count. I mean, they were dropping everywhere.
Well, good. I'm gonna need them, buddy. You know, sometimes if you give a redneck enough time to think, my God, I can figure it all out. Let me tell you, a great idea went to a stupendous idea, Steve. But the thing is, I'm going to need funding. And if everybody out there can just reach into their pocket, and I'm not asking for anything for nothing, buddy. You know me, I'm all about giving. What I have secured here is a bunch of paper bags. I've got over 10,000 paper bags, buddy. And the way that you can help, I've even had my daughters out scurrying up and down the roadside.
Oh boy, picking up
bottles, buddy.
Picking up droppings.
Yeah, they're out there picking up bottles on the side of the road, buddy. And if you want to help get back at these daggone Chinese balloon pilots, the inbred rednecks got the way you can do it. Now, all you got to do is send your money in to Steve. $40 gets you 40 signature inbred redneck poo bags. The flaming poo bags as advertised right here on Hot Shot Secrets Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Send that money up to Steve. That way everybody knows it's legit. I'm not going to be sinking it in Dogecoin, Steve, and doing a quickie and get your signature line of pee bottles, hand-picked by the daggone redneck children. You get those, $2 for each pee bottle, buddy. But I went over this, air gas place there. You know, they sell acetylene, oxygen, all this other stuff. I got to talking to them fellers over there, and they told me, he said, I understand you wanting some helium and you want a bunch of it. He said, but I got a better offer for you. I said, what's that, buddy? He said, if you really want to get some high altitudes, we can sell you some hydrogen. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, that stuff, it goes like 100 feet per second all the way up into space. And what I'm figuring, if I can just make me an airtight capsule, I can go plumb up to space. I was thinking too small. I was thinking about flying to China, all the months and everything else, buddy. But if I go up into space, buddy, there ain't no laws up there. I can do what I want to. I need some smart people out there to point out which one are the Chinese spy satellite. I can just go up there and with them CB antennas, buddy, I can just mount them on the capsule, and we'll push against them satellites, push them in low Earth orbit, and they'll burn up, buddy. We'll take down these daggone Chinamen out here playing jokes on us and whatnot, sending up hot air balloons. It's like something. You remember on the A-Team, Steve? They got in a jam one time, and they had to get Mr. T to fly, and they knocked him out, put him in a lawn chair, and then tied a bunch of helium balloons to it and floated them over a fence or something like that. But it's been a long time.
I hadn't seen that rerun in a long time. Somebody needs to look that over. But hydrogen's the way, buddy. We're just gonna skip the helium instead of going to China. We're going to space.
Going
Elon
all the way
Musk
up.
ain't got nothing on me.
Yeah, you got to be careful about lighting a cigarette or something on the way. You're aware of that, right?
Well, yeah. I was thinking about that, and I've even got Hogzilla in on this, buddy. That's the main reason we're needing funding. We stay in touch. We've been split up, but she helps out when she can. And I've made her a productive member of society recently, buddy. I got one of them seal-a-meal deals. Them vacuum sealers. I sent that down to her. And I figured, well, where am I going to get a truckload of manure? And how am I going to get it up in the balloon and it not stinking? So we got Hogzilla number 2 and then seal-a-meal bags, vacuum sealing them. She's shipping them up to me, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Daggone NASA, they made Tang. Well, I got the vacuum sealed Hogzilla poo. And in case anybody needs any fertilizer for the garden, I know springtime's coming up. Always moving, may want to put a crop in the ground. Well, I can sell you a few bags of some Hogzilla fertilizer, buddy. And just send the money to Steve. Send the money. $40 for your 40 signature flaming poo bags. $2 a piece for your inbred redneck pea bottle. And keep the CB antennas coming, buddy. I found the satellite dish, too.
Oh, yeah, okay. So what do we take, cash, check, money orders?
All of it, buddy.
I don't know
all of it. We take all of it.
I don't know how to take Dogecoin. I'm not that tech savvy. Can't take a Dogecoin. Redneck's always thinking, right? Yeah, but Charmaine, on a serious note, going back to Philip's question about the standing army with China, he said, tell Philip, if that were to happen, just sit back and the rednecks will take care of it. When the army finally showed up, we'd be having a beer on the back of a tailgate. It'll be over, right? Yeah, that's, I guess when they say paramilitary, we have zero, but we've got how many millions of armed citizens that would be ready to take up the fight, right? All right, let's see. Pappy on board. Steve, remember when I told you how the Chinese developed this technology? And where did it come from? Yeah, us. Yeah, the Skolkovo Project, supported by then Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State. Yeah, China wanted to have their own Silicon Valley to be located in Russia. Yeah, several high-tech companies merged, shared information. China breached secured databases and store hypersonic missile technology and developed it faster than we could. That's all a fact. Clintons also sold the uranium mines to Russia. So now they not only have the missiles, but the uranium to put on the missile to launch at us. Yeah, we can all say thank you so much to the Clintons. Yeah, well, going back, do your research, hypersonic missiles. And it is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like we've got a bit of a discrepancy in the count. Rambler said he counted 21 buddies. Somebody else counted 23. I wasn't counting. Hey, buddy. The inbred redneck. Hey, buddy. We'll take care of it. What's going on, Charlie?
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the one and only unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, there seems to be a disturbance over at Louis General Store, Brewery, and Tax Shop. Seemed to be a young man show up Saturday evening in a blue car that had Prius written on the back of it. None of the locals had ever seen such an automobile. They come in and started asking about something called vapes. Well, we questioned him further, and he said it was like a vapor. You know, it was like a steam. And we could boil some water for you. No. Said, well, they're flavored. I said, well, we got some blueberries and stuff. Well, he kind of got mad, stormed out of the car. Now the guy jumped in his car and took off all upset. Well, he come barreling down US 42. Just about he could. Well, the county sheriff pulled him over, put 75 mile an hour to 45 mile an hour zone. Well, after another altercation with the deputy sheriff, he says, I've got to get out of here. These people don't even know what vaping is. The deputy sheriff took pity on the boy and says, all right, here's a ticket for 60. Now get out of here. So, no real instance, but an interesting story. Now a word from our sponsor. GMA&B Enterprises is proud to introduce their latest product. I believe Gilligan sent you a picture of it earlier. Yes, they have come up with an ingenious invention. You do not need a tow hitch on the back of your SUV. All you need to do is come over and have them mounted to the liftgate. For the incredible low price of $19.95, you can tow your trailer without a hitch. And the thing is, it's guaranteed up to 200 pounds towing capacity. But for the extra low price of $49.95, they will include tow hooks. Have them safety chains right there. Yes, that's right. Now, all these products are visually inspected by the blind man. And just remember, at GMA&B Enterprises, their motto, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Pappy. You're right. Did you count that? That's two in a row. Two in a row. What do you? He called them intox callers. Oh boy, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas for an extended period of time. Yeah, most don't realize how quickly gas begins to go, stale, bad, whatever you want to call it. Sta-Bil storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And of course, during the process, it also combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And you can save 15% off your order by simply going to goldeagle.com. Use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. Again, goldeagle.com. All right, in the state of Georgia, time for a couple of quick industry headlines as we head toward that final hour just ahead. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Yeah, the Georgia House Committee is scheduled to discuss a bill this week that would allow 90,000-pound trucks on roadways throughout the state. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association encouraging their Georgia-based drivers reach out to your state lawmakers about this legislation to permit heavier trucks. Right now, trucks traversing Georgia are limited to maximum gross weight of 80,000 pounds. There are exceptions for haulers moving products like forest products, live poultry, feed, and solid waste. This bill would open the door to heavier loads. Now, advocates say higher fuel costs, inflation, and the tight labor market would warrant the change. Guess there could be a two-way street on this. Todd Spencer said higher weight limits historically are not a winner for most in trucking. While it's popular with shippers, adding heavier weights on state and county roads, typically bad public policy. You end up with increased wear and tear on the roads and the bridges that are not adequately constructed for those weights. Any perceived economic benefit is quickly erased by competition leaving truckers with higher costs for fuel and increased maintenance. All right. Also, the Atlanta City Council last month approved a resolution urging the state and federal governments not to increase truck weight limits. This is House Bill 189, HB 189, in the state of Georgia.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
President Biden is declaring the State of the Union is strong. In his second State of the Union address, the president claimed credit for progress made during his first 2 years in office while stressing the job is not yet finished.
I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future.
He hit on several key issues, including the economy, Russia's war in Ukraine, reproductive rights, and police reform. The president, who now faces a divided Congress, kicked off the speech by appealing to bipartisanship, telling Republicans he wants to work together instead of fighting for the sake of fighting. Speaking to reporters,
American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform,
Speaking to reporters in the Capitol after Biden's State of the Union address, Senator Mitt Romney addressed an interaction at the start of the event between himself and Congressman George Santos. Romney and Santos exchanged words before President Biden began his remarks. CBS News with Romney.
And he shouldn't be in Congress, and they're going to go through the process and hopefully get him out. And but he shouldn't be there, and if he had any shame at all, he wouldn't be there.
Are you disappointed that Kevin McCarthy is not calling him to resign?
Yes.
An NBA great with a piece of history.
One Lakers star overtakes another.
Coming to the end of the third quarter. LeBron James, a shot in history. LeBron stands alone.
Ryan Anderson on TNT as James connects on a fall-away shot in the final seconds of the third quarter against Oklahoma City, and the L.A. crowd erupts. The 38-year-old James eclipses Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's 38,387 points, the record since 1989. Abdul-Jabbar was one of the first to shake James's hands. James was drafted by the Cavaliers in 2003. I'm Jerry Barmash.
This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Arizona Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders says the GOP is still the party of freedom and family, while the Democratic Party is about hate and waste. Sanders provided the Republican response to President Biden's State of the Union address Tuesday night, referring to Biden and Democrats as the radical left. Sanders said they tax Americans and then light Americans' hard-earned money on fire. She said Biden is more focused on woke fantasies than on the realities Americans face. She also accused Biden and Democrats of trying to take away Americans' freedom of speech. Sanders says Republicans believe in strong families and safe communities. A Memphis police officer is under fire after he texted photos of a beaten and bloodied Tyree Nichols to at least 5 people. Video footage of Nichols's fatal arrest was released last month, which showed officers repeatedly kicking, hitting, and tasing him before propping him up against a police car. In the footage, an officer can be seen taking pictures on his cell phone. On Tuesday, the state released Memphis police documents that show Officer Demetrius Haley admitted to sending a photograph of Nichols to at least 5 people, including 2 other officers, a civilian employee, and a female friend. The report says a 6th person also received the photo. The Church of England is looking into using gender-neutral terms for God. A commission will be launched after some priests asked about using more inclusive pronouns. Other priests in the church have questioned the need for changing standards that have been in place for thousands of years. A spokesperson for the church said that while God is neither male nor female, there are no plans to abolish or substantially revise current liturgies. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with labor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Some new and returning events will make for a busy June. Then the old favorites will take us through another thrilling summer. And what of this big announcement? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA will be coming to Louisville, Kentucky on Saturday, April 1st for a Grand National Invitational event. The pull will feature top performers from 4 divisions of the association's Grand National ranks and will run concurrently with the Mid-American Trucking Show. Several details of this premier-level pulling contest will be revealed in the coming weeks in this broadcast and on ntpapull.com and via our social media channels. The Invitational Louisville will follow by 2 weeks the 4th edition of the Shipshewana Spring Nationals at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th. Visit shopntpa.com for tickets and ntpapull.com for info. The Mule City 300 at Gallant Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina returns to the national schedule on June 2nd and 3rd. The next weekend, Farley, Iowa joins the NTPA family with 2 sessions on June 9th and 10th at the 300 Raceway Farley Nationals. Continuing with the Grand National event schedule, the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, Minnesota is set for June 16th and 17th. And then the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super National will put 14 divisions to the test on the twin tracks at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin from Thursday through Saturday, June 22nd through 24th. The circuit then gets a breather until the mid-season classic, the Lions Super Bowl of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. The Super National overtakes Lions Motorsports Park on July 21st and 22nd. The GN circuit then visits a couple of border towns the next weekend at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery, Ohio for the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals and the Fairgrounds in Meade County in Brandenburg, Kentucky on July 28th and 29th. Rockwell, Iowa leads off August on the 3rd through the 5th with the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres. 5 sessions will bring 14 divisions into play, and tickets and campsite reservations are already on sale at shopntpa.com. Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Pull is up next on Saturday, August 12th, and then the tour rolls about a half hour east on US 6 to Bowling Green, Ohio for the National Tractor Pulling Championships on Thursday through Saturday, August 17th through 19th, as each of 13 Grand National divisions will advance their races with 2 hooks apiece on the Wood County Fairgrounds sod. On August 25th, it's the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fairgrounds in Wellington, Ohio, and we'll be ready to crown an unlimited champion that very evening. The next weekend, September 1st and 2nd, Kenton, Ohio's Stark County Fair makes its debut as a 2-night Grand National event where the light supers and 2-wheel drives will reach their season's endpoint. Across the state at the Fulton County Fairgrounds in Wauseon, Ohio, it's the minis and the 4-wheel drives that complete their schedule at the Emmy Miller Tire Tri-State Showdown on Friday, September 1st. And Sandwich, Illinois' DeKalb County Fair Pull has Thursday Truck Night and Saturday Tractor Day on September 7th and 9th, where we'll determine the champions in Superstock Diesel 4x4, Superstock Diesel, Super Farm, Pro Stock, and Modified. And we'll have one last GN reunion on September 16th at the Enderley Pull-Off All-Star Invitational at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. There's plenty of regional and state action in the offing as well, and we'll note those in future reports and, as always, on the schedule page at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Jack and Bush final hour. Here we go. Get things rolling on a Wednesday, hump day. We got several emails from Tony's on board. He's kind of going back to Philip's question as well. Talking about we had to confront the likes of China or Russia or a combination of the two. And I said, as far as the U.S., we have the largest amount of military planes. Yes, 100% correct. Yeah, not counting the military, no more of the rednecks. You got to talk about, we've got all the former veterans as well, yes. U.S. has the largest naval vessels, number of vessels. I guess he did like Google search. Who has the strongest military in the world? Philip did say, I said, I'm taking out of the equation the likes of nukes and whatnot. Just talking about standing army size. Yeah, obviously China was the number of personnel. But again, like I said, we've got millions and millions of armed citizens in this country, which is a whole fighting force. A whole fighting force of its own. And I said, don't get me wrong, I like to listen to Philip, but facts is what I go by, not what you feel. Flip over to, did a quick Google search. Who has the most powerful military? And the U.S. Armed Forces. With military bases in many parts of the world, the U.S. Armed Forces remain the most powerful of any on the globe. And you can go on down. Next question. People also have, who has the strongest military? U.S. number one. Now, this is kind of weird. It's got Canada, then Taiwan, Pakistan, Australia. I don't know what they're basing that on. Who has the number one army in the world? Well, now this one says in 2022, China had the largest armed forces as far as active duty personnel. India, United States, North Korea, Russia, rounding out the top five. Now that's active personnel. Depends on what you break it down with. Now, I had done it a little bit earlier. We were talking with Scarecrow there about the military aircraft. What's the best? What's the best fighting planes in the world? All right, the best military aircraft, top 10 fighter jets in the world. There's a battle for number one, the F-35 versus the F-22. Let's see, that's the battle for number one and two. The F-35 Lightning II would be number three, the F-22 Raptor. Number two, so that's number one and two. So they're saying 35, 22. China and Russia have the remaining top five best. The Mighty Dragon, I guess China. The Su-57 and the Fa-18E and F Super Hornet. How they break them down, I'm not sure, but it says the F-22 Raptor, the most powerful air superiority fighter in the world, while the F-35 is probably the most advanced multi-role fighter right now. And then they've got the ultimate comparisons between the 35 and the 22. But badass. Then I scrolled on down. There was another question. What is the hardest military jet to fly? I said, hey, let's check that out. And that is none other than the Lockheed U-2 spy plane. Nearly twice as wide as it is long. The Lockheed U-2 spy plane is one of the most distinctive aircraft in the U.S. Air Force and the hardest aircraft to fly, earning itself the nickname the Dragon Lady. So how about that? If you're going to be piloted a U-2, you must be pretty damn good, I guess, huh? Okay, tip of the hat there. Hello, Bargain Hunter. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. That's a good show you got going on. There's so many topics, I don't even know where to begin.
That's good.
Like, wow. It's got got my mind spinning. The first thing I was thinking of is listening on your show, that Biden talking about, until we get the border secure, they got to pass his budget. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, the border was starting to be secured, and Trump was putting the wall up, and he put all of these rules in place, and with a stroke of a pen the very first day, he wipes it all away.
Correct.
Wipes it away. And I'm like, so how are you saying that you need to get this border secured, and until they pass this goofy budget that you want?
Now, he said you got to pass my comprehensive immigration reform. Now, it's been a long time since I've heard that. I don't even know what is his comprehensive immigration reform. Obviously, it's going to involve some sort of amnesty for millions that are here, but I don't even know what his so-called comprehensive reform is.
He probably don't know what it is either.
Right.
He's making stuff up as he goes right now. And then back to with the China, and even though you said, I think, what was his name that said about the if China would come in, who would win? What was his name?
Philip was asking that question. Yes.
Philip. Okay. Now, do you remember when Trump first got into office, Afghanistan was doing stuff, and he says, all right, you know what? I'm going to send the mother of all bombs. And he literally sent that bomb into Afghanistan, and he dropped that mountain by a foot. And we're not talking about a hill. We're talking about he lowered this mountain. All these terrorists was hiding in the mountain.
Right, the mountains,
and
the
he
caves.
Sent that mother of all bombs.
Yep.
Okay, can you imagine the type of power it takes to drop a mountain a foot? And it wasn't a nuke, but it had the power of
I think
nuke, but without the fallout.
Without the most powerful bomb aside from going to nuclear. Yep.
Right, and it was called the mother of all bombs.
The Moab.
And it was like, okay, we're not going to mess with Trump. So they just stopped. So I don't even know if any other country has that. So, but and I saw this, it was on Sunday morning, where I think, you ever heard of China saying that they would actually, the way they would conquer the U.S. is without even a bullet being shot?
Right, mentioned that last evening. The commies have been saying for years they'll take us from the inside, and I think they're working on that.
Right. I truly believe that, because this show I was watching was saying China is running out of food, and even though they have the largest land mass in the world, they don't have enough land that actually agriculture to produce crops. So they're over here buying our land, and they're growing food and sending it over to China to feed them. So why would they want to come over here to destroy our land? Because that's what's going to happen. Nobody's just going to give up this land without a fight.
Right.
They're not going to destroy this land because they're going to destroy all the crops. So they're going to take it from the inside. I truly believe that, and we're letting them. We're letting them own our businesses. We're just selling off land, and all this for the almighty dollar. And to me, that's where, and it's not going to be in my lifetime or there, but like you were saying earlier, they have a 50, 75, even 100-year plan to say, hey, and the more money we borrow against China and they own our land, what happens if China says, all right, we're calling in the loan.
Calling in the debt.
That's going to, calling in the debt. Give me your money. We don't have nothing to pay it. And that's why I believe that they're going to come in and take our land without an actual bullet being fired. But good show tonight. I mean, it had my head spinning between what a lot of people have been talking about with the China, the Russia, the balloon. I love the balloon, and I love that one where you said China wants their balloon back. Fine, take your balloon. We want everything that was attached to the balloon.
Right, we'll give you
can
the
have that piece of cloth
yeah, you can
or
have
whatever it
this
was.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want your balloon. We want what was the balloon carrying. So here's your balloon. Package it up, send it over there by FedEx, and go. Here you go. Here's your balloon. By the way, we're keeping the rest. So that was it, Steve. Good show tonight.
Thank you for checking in, Bargain Hunter. Have a good morning. Thanks for dialing us up. Yeah,
All right.
they call it he mentioned the mother of all bombs. I guess that's kind of the slang. The Moab Massive Ordnance Aerial Burst, I believe. MOAB. Explodes above the ground. And I remember the discussions about Afghanistan. Yeah, the fighters that are out there in all the caves on the sides of the mountain and all that this massive ordnance aerial burst, Pappy could probably explain it better than me, but literally sucks all the oxygen out of the air. And supposedly, like, if you're in the cave, it's going to suck all the air out of the cave and they're going to die for lack of oxygen. I don't know how correct that is, but that's what I'd heard about the massive ordnance aerial burst. I think that's what they used in, what was that Dustin Hoffman movie about the outbreak? Remember that film back in, when was that, late 80s? Going over it, I think it was like the, similar to an Ebola virus that was somewhere over in Africa, and this community was just, and ultimately they dropped this massive ordnance aerial burst to just kill everything trying to contain that outbreak. It was a science fiction movie, but that was, I think, pretty realistic in their depiction there. Quick timeout, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Let me see here. Well, I shared a little post, and I said shared. A lot of people thought that I had actually written, and numerous others have copied, because at the bottom of it says, if you agree, copy and paste. That's what I actually did. The only thing I added to it, okay, because the original I came across was just, the comments, but I added the photograph of, Pepe Le Pew. And it reads, "Listen up, buttercups." Now, that's something I would say. Suck it up, buttercup. But I read this and I was thinking, that is so absolutely correct, because I grew up watching the likes of Pepe Le Pew and Speedy Gonzalez. I didn't think Speedy Gonzalez was racist against Hispanics. How about Wile E. Coyote, right? Foghorn Leghorn, and I mean all those cartoons. The Bugs Bunny Roadrunner out, right? We all remember on Saturday mornings, that was the only time you could watch cartoons. And you'd make it a point to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning so you can watch several hours of cartoons. You didn't have all these channels and 24-hour-a-day cartoons. It was Saturday morning, buddy. As someone who actually grew up watching Pepe Le Pew and all those bad Saturday morning cartoons, I never saw Pepe as a rapist or promoting rapist culture. I didn't even know what a rapist was. I was a child. Let me impart my childhood thoughts. The only reason I ever thought the cat tried to get away from Pepe was because she was, in fact, a cat. And he was a skunk. For those of you who are biologically, scientifically challenged, skunks and cats are completely different animals, right? And skunks also smelled rather bad. I distinctly remember watching and thinking, if Pepe catches up with her, she's going to have to get a bath. And that was that. He said, "Dear cancel culture, stop reading more into our childhood cartoons, our breakfast food icons, our vehicle names, and everything else. No one became a rapist, a racist, a murderer, or an animal abuser, or someone that drops anvils off the mountain from watching vintage Saturday morning cartoons while eating their Aunt Jemima pancakes. You are, in fact, idiots, looking for attention due to the lack of parental fortitude in your own lives. You are walking, talking, grown infants, screaming when you don't get your way, resulting in showing the world how truly absurd you are. How about we, the people, cancel you because we are offended by your stupidity?" I thought that was a great piece. So yes, I copied and I pasted, which many others did, but I was looking through some of the comments, and a lot of folks were saying, "You're spot on, Steve. You nailed that one." Now, I wasn't ingenious enough to put that together, but I did copy and paste. So thanks for all the accolades. Thanks for the shares. But truer words have never been spoken. Everything is taboo. Now, I will admit, there were some of those cartoons that you go back and today you watch them, especially some of the World War II propaganda with Bugs Bunny. And there were some, there was some actual propaganda, brainwashing kids in some of this, but most of this was all in good humor and fun and things as a child that did not turn us into rapists, racists, murderers, and all that good stuff. There was a time when a kid could be a kid. And oh, how much fun we had playing cowboys and Indians. It's childhood. Get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. An absence of light will be apparently helping the Packers star quarterback make a decision on his football future. Aaron Rodgers joined the Pat McAfee show on Tuesday and said he'll go on a 4-day darkness retreat following the Super Bowl. The quarterback was asked if he's considering retirement, which he responded with, "For sure, it's a real thing, 100%. He wanted to say, "I've got a pretty cool opportunity to do a little self-reflection in some isolation, and then after that, I feel like I'll be a lot closer to a final decision." Researchers say over 90% of the former NFL players they studied had CTE. The Boston University CTE Center studied the brains of over 370 deceased NFL players and found 345 had the progressive brain disease. CTE can cause memory loss, depression, and a loss of motor skills. The results were an update of a study the university conducted in 2017 Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, let's move over to Douglas's favorite topic. That being Hunter Biden's laptop. Told you Friday morning that there was talk, rumors and rumblings that Hunter's lawyers were going to kind of try to turn the tables, calling for allies of Donald Trump to be investigated, alleging they trafficked information that was, quote, stolen from his laptop, right? Remember me sharing that? Well, it hadn't at that point been done. Well, it subsequently, since we talked Friday, has. As his lawyers have indeed filed calling for investigation. This marks a new phase in the public life of Hunter. He's kept a low profile since the laptop started making headlines just before the 2020 election. NBC News reporting that Hunter, NBC, not Fox, NBC News reporting that Hunter Biden's lawyers have sent letters to the Justice Department and Delaware's Attorney General office accusing Trump allies, including Rudy Giuliani, his former lawyer, of theft and requesting they be investigated. An anonymous source familiar with the strategies tells NBC News the letters indeed represent a shift in the first son's attitude. That he's not going to sit quietly by as questionable characters continue to violate his rights and media organization peddling their lies to try to defame him. Let's turn the tables, right? Yeah, of course, the laptop, as we know, abandoned at the computer repair shop, obtained by Giuliani, shared with the New York Post, of course, silenced by virtually all the social media before that election, which we all know now, and even Hunter admitting with this, yep, that's my laptop, that was it. Let's move to this past day. The owner of the computer repair store speaking this past day in Delaware, the owner of the Delaware Computer Repair Shop, where Hunter left his laptop in 2019, denying any wrongdoing after the attorney for Biden's son, Hunter, accused him of working with Trump and Giuliani and weaponized the contents of his laptop. Mac Isaac said he remembers when Hunter brought the laptop and finds it hard to believe that the president's son doesn't remember. On April 12th of 2019, Hunter Biden came into my shop for data recovery. I find it really hard to believe after all this time he still doesn't remember. His lawyer remembered and called me up the day before or the night before the New York Post ran the story, and that's when they wanted the laptop back. Well, unless he's a horrible lawyer that doesn't communicate with his clients, I really find it hard to believe Hunter never knew that that laptop was his. Now, they share what I just had pretty much told you about, the lawyers admitting. Hunter's lawyers admitted the laptop belongs to him, acknowledging a letter asking for a Justice Department investigation of Trump's allies, saying that they disseminated personal data from the laptop, which Hunter Biden never returned to claim. Now, Max says both times he came into my shop, so he came in not once but twice. Both times he came in, he was intoxicated, but he was able to drive and he was coherent. I explained to him at length the policies and the procedures in my shop, as well as the procedures in recovering his data. He acknowledged that he understood that. He signed the document. Yeah, I know he was inebriated, but I don't think his judgment was impaired. Mac admits to reviewing private and sensitive material from the laptop, including a file that was entitled Income PDF, ultimately sending a copy of the data to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, who turned it over to Giuliani himself. Now, Mac said he shared information with Giuliani when I ran out of options. I spent over a year trying to get this laptop to the authorities. When the FBI failed to act on the information for the impeachment trial, I sent my father and my uncle, both retired colonels in the Air Force, to members of Congress to reach out. But they had the whole pandemic and fears of Russia intimidation that was ripping Congress, so our cries for help landed on deaf ears. Now, as he was running out of branches of government, Max says, I chose Giuliani because he was an attorney for the then president, and I had been doing research for the impeachment trial. I had seen data on that laptop that should have exonerated the president or at least have been admitted as evidence. My last chance was to go to Giuliani. So that this was the plot the whole time. To say that this was a plot is absurd. I fought tooth and nail to make sure that this got to the proper people, and eventually it was a lawyer for the President of the United States. Now, Mac's attorney also, who was on the interview this past day, said that the letter from Biden's attorney, Abe Lowell, contains so many inaccuracies, and the picture he paints is a different story than is actually said in the citations. There are numerous lies. Della Rocca said he's responded to the claims made in the Lowell document, which he wasn't going to do at first, because had I really felt that it was, if any of these figures actually prosecuted John Paul, then it would look more like a political play than anything else, because the letter held zero actual crimes. Furthermore, he said Mac Isaac never spoke personally with Giuliani, but with Giuliani's attorney, Robert Costello. John Paul was only involved in getting the information to the right place. He had zero part in any type of political strategy or releasing of the information. He simply did what was right. He gave the information to authorities that included Rudy Giuliani, who was acting as the President of the United States attorney during an impeachment trial. There was no calculated political move. John Paul was not looking to harm anyone. He just wanted to make sure the information was out there to protect the public and protect the United States. Meanwhile, Mac Isaac said there is no video footage of hunters stopping at the shop. He did not have cameras because there was never any shoplifting or break-ins at his shop. There were cameras outside the building, but they were on a tape. Keep in mind, when they came into my shop, he was the son of a former vice president. His dad had announced his candidacy. This was just another person, another customer. I was trying to make some money by doing service, by trading the skill set that I had for money, which, of course, he never paid. But we know factually that, the whole background, that this Hunter thing's going to come to light. And there's a lot of people in high places that are really afraid of what might be divulged. If you know what I mean. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hey, I don't know if you've noticed on TV, we talk a little bit about the COVID now once in a while, and not very much, but have you seen that Pfizer's running commercials with Martha Stewart sharpening like a samurai sword, promoting the next booster for the Omicron?
I don't think
that one yet?
I don't think I've seen that one. I've seen plenty of booster shots, like from Walgreens and some of the pharmacies and stuff.
Yeah, but no, this has Martha Stewart promoting the vaccination, the booster, through the whole thing, and she's got one of them old time big grindstone, sharpening wheels there, and she's sharpening this big samurai type sword, and I forget what the whole message was, but then at the very end, it was promoted by Pfizer / somebody else, and so I guess they're getting ready for this emergency declaration to end so that they can keep selling their vaccination boosters and all that for whatever high price it is to all the insurance companies, to try to capitalize on whatever they are going to do there with that. But I thought that was kind of interesting, and so they have a convict trying to promote their vaccination.
Well, she served her time. Yeah. She paid the price. She did. Yeah, right. Yeah. She got taken down by the higher ups because she didn't play the game the way they wanted. But anyway, so
So the other thing I had going for you here is last night on the news there, we're talking about these power substations and stuff, and the intelligence people can get from them, and trying to cause havoc with them. And we got these couple here now in Baltimore and that. So our local news channel, this WBAL channel 11, excuse me, they decided that the best thing they could do for the story was send their helicopter up to one of these substations that was supposedly going to be attacked and video it from right directly above. And with their high-tech imaging camera system, heck, you can pretty much zoom in on any detail. I mean, if you bring this up digitally, it's better. It's almost as good or better probably than Google Earth. You can zoom right in on all the little structures and what devices are where in this substation. And so maybe if we're trying to have security for these things, maybe we shouldn't be photographing them with these high-tech cameras from helicopters and broadcasting them on the 6 o'clock news and having them all over the internet, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe?
Any thought? Yeah. So anyways, but yeah, if anybody'd like to see that substation, it was probably about 3 miles from my house there. You just go to WBAL Channel 11 there and just click on the story there, and you can watch the whole video there from the helicopter. How about it?
Wow.
But anyways, one last thing there. I think the way this show's gone, I don't think you can limit this show to one big cookie. I think you need to get a box of big cookies, and Eagle deserves one. Pappy absolutely deserves 2 cookies there. You could put a cookie in each hand for him, send him on down his way. And there's been numerous other callers, and we'll let you award out what you think is deserving of it and that. And I guess when you get to the empty box there of giving out all the big cookies, just get Charlie Farkas in that empty box there. There you go. All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you much. Have a good morning. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Yeah, by day's end, we'll be halfway through the weekend. Looking forward to that much-needed weekend. Got the race car warmed up, coffee's hot. I guess it's time to head in town, see what we can get ourselves today. Yeah, see what people are tossing out. What's in the trash today? Everybody enjoy their day. Yeah, there you go. Happy hump day. Thanks for chiming in. And we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, there's Truck and Phil checking in. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Stay warm, safe travels as we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip it back. There you go. Semper Fi, says Truck and Phil. All right, who we got here? I have a suspicion I might know who it is. If our computer will pick up, or maybe they hung up. Could not change the call status because call is not in progress. Cannot redirect. It can, whatever the heck that means. Got a problem on that call. And okay, so we'll just kind of head down the home stretch. Coming up here, 5 o'clock this morning via TNC Radio.live. Good morning from the TNC Radio.live studios. Temperatures going down through the upcoming day. We're expecting some big-time storms here in the Houston metro. Plenty of rain, maybe even some flooding along I-10. Of course, Tuesday nights are Ladies' Night at TNC Radio, which means Wednesday mornings have a great lineup for all the Overnight Drive listeners and the early risers out there. First up, coming up here just around the corner, Shannon Courier with the Southern Route. Man, imagine becoming a sportscaster at ESPN as a woman before women ever did that. Ann Montgomery was a trailblazer in the sports world, working for ESPN, Network Sports, and announcing for the Phoenix Suns over 30 years ago. Join the huddle as Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro interview Ann on Women Road Warriors, coming up at 6 a.m. Eastern. Finally, Sarah Barnes-Humphrey brings you the latest in supply chain news you can use on Thoughts and Coffee. And, of course, stay tuned throughout the day. We'll keep you updated on weather and traffic conditions. Check the Truckers Safety Info page on Facebook. Updated radar pictures from the National Weather Service around the country. Yeah, it's supposed to be a pretty active day as far as Mother Nature's concerned. I guess I could kind of maybe refresh on the radar, see if we've seen any development. It's supposed to be like afternoon into the evening hours where they're highlighting the greatest chance of tornadic activity. National Weather Service said between like 4 and 10 p.m. Yeah, but already this morning, we got plenty of rain breaking out. I'm not seeing severe weather, but later in the day, the zone will encompass from Shreveport, Louisiana, over to Jackson, Mississippi, all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Some heavy rains this morning, stretching from right about Springfield, Missouri, to the eastern portions of Oklahoma, down to just north of Dallas. So, a lot of separate showers and thunderstorms breaking out there in the heart of Texas. You may see several rounds of storms pushing through that region today. All right, so of course, when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, they are telling us some of these storms could remain strong right through the overnight hours. We'll see about staying on top of that when we come back for our Wednesday night, Thursday morning show. All right, so time for a couple of quick industry headlines. Let me see from TNCRadio.live. We already hit that one. A couple of Louisville, Kentucky residents indicted on charges related to conspiracy, fraud, identity theft. 32-year-old Yanissis Saverda and Alin Saverda, indicted by the grand jury on one count each of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and aiding and abetting disaster fraud, according to the news release from the attorney's office, Western District of Kentucky. Authorities said the pair conspired to defraud freight factoring companies by submitting false bills of lading, accused of filing for lost wage assistance payments on behalf of the two actually employed and being paid in the motor carrier industry. They face additional charges, including making a false statement to the Department of Transportation, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and falsely filing an application on behalf of another, claiming that CS was going to operate a trucking company. However, CS wasn't even aware of the application being filed. It said she was operating the company. So this is part of the disaster relief aid fraud that the president apparently in the State of the Union alluded to this past evening. Yeah, well, who's in charge of all that? And there were billions and billions of dollars, and still numerous investigations looking into the relief fraud. And final note here, this may be a setback for the autonomous vehicle industry. What starts in California often spreads elsewhere, as we know. Legislation introduced in California would forbid the operation of self-driving trucks unless a human safety driver is inside the vehicle. Assembly Bill 316, introduced about a week ago, while California law currently allows for the testing and operation of autonomous vehicles weighing less than 10,000 pounds without a human driver physically in the vehicle, the California DOT is currently considering rules to allow medium and heavy-duty commercial vehicles without a human driver present. AB 316 would address this by prohibiting the operation of an autonomous vehicle, gross vehicle weight of 10,000 pounds or more, on public roads for testing purposes, transporting goods, or transporting passengers without a human safety operator physically present in the vehicle. They say they're just not confident the technology is there. This bill has the support of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and the California Labor Federation, who argue autonomous technology threatens the livelihood of thousands of workers. And of course, other supporters have voiced safety concerns, which that should be top of the list. Agria Curry told the LA Times she believes that the self-driving truck technology is decades away from being road ready. There may be a time, 30, 40 years from now, and I won't be around to see it, she says, where hopefully they may be able to do this stuff. This is not the time to do it. Technology is not up to speed yet. So it's all about the timing, she says. Again, we'll see if that sort of sentiment spreads elsewhere around the country. For how many years now have we already been talking about? Some will tell you, 10 years from now, autonomous trucks will be rolling up and down the highways. And then, of course, you look at the increasing number of accidents with partially autonomous technology that exists today. I think it's still a ways off. All right, with that, thank you so much for spending some time with us on a Wednesday morning. Happy Hump Day. We'll see you hopefully back at the midnight hour tonight for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.